we'll start soon.
Get on.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, guys. I gotta send out some stuff, and we'll get going shortly. Hey, how do you guys like this music? This is original music. This is you guys are the first ones to ever hear this. The floor pizza. Elevator music's okay. Hey there, buds. All right, so a couple things here. Number one, new music. More on that later. Let me turn it down a little bit. I got a guy to make me some music, so he's a really cool guy. I'm liking it, so I'm gonna use it, as we move forward. So I hope you guys, I don't know, something new. Also, I got some new video equipment. So this is a GoPro up here, and whoa, dude, you can make my arm look super long with the wide angle. It looks like a 9-foot arm, doesn't that? Looks like a 9-foot arm. So, I got some new equipment because we're going to be doing more videos. And I want you guys to know that you're going to see less videos on the main channel, but the ones that you do see are going to be good. Okay? Hey, Inferno, how's it going, man? Are you my translator? We're going to talk about some of your translations later, if you are. So you're going to see less videos, but the ones that you do see are going to be bigger. So think like Wiggle Video. I am kind of finding my niche, and my niche is going to be experimental investigative journalism. So I wish I could tell you what the next video is going to be like, but you're not going to see me for a couple weeks. I might do some live streams, but you're not going to see full-length videos for a little bit, because we're kind of moving into territory that's it takes a little more pre-production. I just wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you what I'm working on right now, but we can't. I can't. It's about the gaming industry. It's kind of about Tarkov, but it's not about cheating. Kind of is about Tarkov, not really, but it is. And I think you guys are gonna like it. So that's that. We have a new submissions channel, so if you want to check this out, let me see here. So if you come in here, literally no one's posted anything. And I literally just put this up like now, And what you can do is if I do a few more live streams coming up, you can pop in here, throw a clip, something funny, a video you want me to look at. You can kind of, you know how like a subreddit works for like the bigger streamers? We're kind of doing a baby version of that. There we go, Tori's first. So this is kind of a baby version of that. And, you know, a lot of people will post things in the Tarkov chat and journal chat, and it gets kind of flooded and busy. And I do look at stuff, but it's kind of a way where, you know, we can organize things. Try to keep it to content posts. And then if you like something, put an emoji on there or whatever, so you can kind of like upvote it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, so ABS drama. So to catch you guys up, since the video, we've had 18,000 people lose their accounts. That's a lot. And we had 2,700 lose recently. Just gonna start some different music. So we had 2,700 or no, was it 5,700? I think it was 5,700 banned just this last week. So 18,000 overall. The ABS reseller, okay, just for kind of context, the ABS reseller, what they do is they don't make the cheat. They're not the developer, okay? They resell cheats. So they've been reselling ABS, the one that I used in the Wiggle video, for 3 years with no hiccups. And their stuff went down. Let's go to their website. So you can see up here, ABS server issues, and they have today's date, but it's been up here down for weeks now. So they switched to a different cheat, and that cheat was detected, and that was detected on the day of my last video. So everyone who logged in got banned, and it was detected. Like, they didn't just ban people who were using it. If you loaded up the game, boom, you got hit. Yeah, they're already ahead, right? They're already ahead because I guess it's China. I don't know. So ABS got raided. I don't know if anybody's been arrested, but their server's down and there's no sign of them coming back. I got into contact because I'm kind of a little bit of a troll. I messaged the reseller guy back and I'm like, hey man, how's it going? How's it going? And he's like, everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's just a Thursday for me. We're all going to be back. And this is before, you know, it was like the day after, you know, they got their servers down. He gets into this long message and I would show it here on the screen, but it's not family appropriate. Some of the things that we were talking about. So we're talking, and by the way, I was manually allowed into their server, so they could brag and flaunt for me, and they allowed me in the server. By the way, Kelly came in here to interrupt me. So they let me into the server just to flaunt and show me a bunch of stuff, right? And they got banned, or they got their server taken down, and they switched and pivoted to selling a different cheat. And I forget the name of it, but it was detected that day, that same day. So they lost it. And guys, they're bringing in about $250K a month, $250,000 a month in revenue. Gone, done. They switch to sell another cheat, it gets detected. And I'm happy to announce that a few days ago, it was, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago, the one that they moved to, the Odin, was detected. And a lot of people are sending me these messages, so I appreciate that. So yeah. All right, sorry guys. All right, so I had this kid message me. Let's see if we can pull it up. Where is he? I would have banned him. I think I blocked his messages. Let's see if we can pull it up. So I've been getting all these messages, right, guys, where conspiracy theories, all this crazy stuff, and I have to look into things, right? Because sometimes it's good information, like Odin's ban, and sometimes it's conspiracy theories. So I get this kid who messages me. So he's, you know, banned out of my Discord, so I have to unblock each message. And he messages me and says, I know I'm using this ticket system, even though, you know, I don't want to message you, I don't want to bug you or whatever. But I wanted to, you know, I stream and I want to be a content creator, and I was banned and I've never cheated in my life and blah, 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 blah. So I go to pull up his Twitch, right? And he's, well, his account is gone now after I had a talk with him, but not before I backed up all of his videos. So let's take a look at one. Oh my God, where is it? Okay, here we go. So this is the first video I looked at. Now, first of all, let's just all take a moment to just to really appreciate the quality, where he's got this web camera border, right? And this web camera border is here for, like, in every single one of his VODs that I was able to find, right? And he got this weird squished stretch resolution. I don't know what's going on. Like, he's got it like in 4:3 and it should be stretched out to 16:9. I don't know. Okay. You got to have that long vape hit. By the way, his audio is super low in the video. It's really hard to hear. And after he's done with the smoker cough, he sounds young to me. I was worried that this guy was a minor. His name on Twitch was TSB Nikolai Binsky something, TV. He has since I talked to him, I brought him onto Discord. I had a conversation with him and showed him the footage. I just wanted to see what he was going to say and get him to admit to cheating. And I'll tell you more about this in a second. So, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of important. Sorry, these long VODs, you press one little thing and you go forward like 10 hours. So,
I'm back in.
All right, he's back in.
Coming upstairs.
By the way, one of his excuses was he plays completely baked, so that is an excuse of why he plays like a god. Okay. Look at that sensitivity. Jesus.
You find any window wipers?
Okay. So in the first minute, he's asking his friend, did you find any window wipers? Like, not a random thing to ask, but early on in the wipe, like, or early on in the raid, like, why are you asking that so early on?
Like, clean. Yeah. I do actually. Can I get?
And his friend's like, yeah, I actually did just find one. Like, literally just found one at the beginning of the raid. And he goes straight over to him. Again, this alone, this is just like, that's odd. Like, the first minute I've watched you, you're already...
Now I need one more. Yep.
Okay, so he comes over here, and
I'm ready to move on whenever you are.
by the way, I watched this several times. He never peeks like this whole stronghold area, so it's not like he just spotted somebody while he was drinking. Like, what are you aiming at? What are you aiming at right now? He hits the guy.
Just hit whoever that was on the gunner.
By the way, I watched this in slow motion. He's got like soft aim, so he's not even anywhere near the target. He pre-aims the guy through the wall, and then he runs out here. And so I asked him, you know, he watched this with me, and I asked him, okay, hey man, like, why did you do that? Like, what's going on here? And he tells me that this is just what he always does. This is just what he always does. And so I told him I watched like a couple hours of your footage. I watched it in like 2x speed. He never and knows he will never pre-aim and look anywhere where there's nobody. He only does it when there's somebody there. There's a sniper scav up there, you know. And this site, listen, there's nothing wrong with using this site, but this is not a good site. So,
You need that? No, I already got that. Who, me? Yeah, I'm coming. And actually give me protection for my head and shit. Thank you, sir.
Well, it's easy to use a Mosin when you're running around with ESP and soft aim.
Not really, unless you're trying to upgrade hideout.
So this is a guy who messaged me who says he's not cheating and is trying to be a content creator and a pro streamer and all that, and he wants my help to get unbanned.
I shot a player on top of
And he just killed a guy.
Fortress.
And by the way, guys, I slowed this down and zoomed in on,
Yeah,
you know.
I light up and then I hit him right in his head. Then my man's straight went to the ground.
So that last shot wasn't insane, but what he's doing right now is he is tracking, you know, almost knocked over my coffee. Because I'm a cheater in recovery, what he's doing right now is he's tracking this guy with ESP, and he's tracking him around the walls right here, right? So he's seeing if the guy's going to come over to the edge. And you see this? See how he's tracking him through the wall? And then he decides, okay, the guy's on the other side. I'm going to run over.
I got granadas.
By the way, we have no evidence that there's a second guy. You know? And why would you go out in the open without your gun out and just yeet this out in the middle of the field with a Mosin? I mean, it's just, this isn't good gameplay, right? So what you would expect from someone like this is that they would do these like crazy kills all the time, but they would die a lot. Because you can't play this reckless all the time. But if you watch 3 of his VODs, he just never dies. Just never dies. Oh, it gets better, Bacon. I'm cheating recovery. He throws some nades because he needs his Grenadier quest done. How does he know to just come in here without checking anything, without a gun out, and just, you know, like, why would you even throw a nade over here? There's no reason to even throw a nade over here. This makes no sense at all. See if we cannot freeze up here.
Okay, I'm opposite side stairs from you.
How does he know he's opposite side stairs from his buddy? You notice how they just never talk to each other? Yeah. Maybe they share screens, but I doubt it.
I don't feel safe coming up my stairs.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. I don't feel safe coming up my stairs. Like, what? After ESP sweeps the stairs and looks up at the guy holding the angle, he decides, okay, I don't feel safe coming up my stairs.
I'm in food and water room, picking me up some food and water real quick, even though we're in a fight.
And he's flexing like, I'm gonna go get food and water even though I'm in a fight. Like, what?
I'm scared. I got a Mosin.
Again, he's just enjoying being a god without having to actually be good, right? Yeah, cheater in recovery. Okay, here's another great one. He goes straight to this pro kill, right? There is nothing sus about checking all of these spots where loot doesn't show up, you know, very well, right? So a lot of these spots you have to go and manually check. But notice how he only goes to the one spot, picks up the one pro kill. And I've watched other VODs, and he doesn't search everything. He only goes to the loot, directly to it. So he's going to go find this pro kill, right? And he doesn't check the other spots. He just moves on. ESP sweep. Do you guys see that? So if you missed that, I asked him why he does these things that are so peculiar, and he says he just does them all the time, right? Now watch this.
You good?
Watch this ESP sweep right there, right? He's looking up to see if it's clear. I asked him why he did that, and he said he dropped his mouse. He dropped his mouse. Guys, it gets better. By the way, this is the first 5 minutes of footage. Now, he's only been playing for about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Because he was AFK the first 2 minutes of the stream. So this is we're only like 2 minutes into his gameplay, okay? And he's like dead serious. Like he's like, I'm not going to admit to anything I didn't do. Like he's being Mr. Lawyer at this point. I would play the audio where I'm interrogating him, but I'm kind of nasty. And number 2, I'm not sure if he's a minor, and I don't know. I'm not going to pick on him too bad.
Okay, I'm going up this thing right here. What'd you call it?
Can I get that PS?
And just look at his movement. His movement's terrible.
By the way.
Oh yeah, you need that. Forgot about that.
He's a squeaker a little bit. There's nothing wrong with being a squeaker. Just don't be a cheater and a squeaker at the same time.
Here, just drop it.
And who does this in the middle of a fight like this? I mean, like, I play pretty reckless, but
Got shot at, but
I wish I could boost this more.
I'm all
This audio. It's so low. Like, what is this movement? Like, I'm sorry, dude. You don't play three entire streams in a row without dying, run around like this with a Mosin if you don't have ESP. I'm just saying.
where are you?
Like,
Going up the backside little metal concrete thingy. I see a player. He's watching your stairs.
so can we imagine why he didn't want to come up the other stairs? Can anyone state any theories of why he felt scared to come up the other stairwell, but all of a sudden he feels fine coming up the stairwell with a Mosin over here? And by the way, he's been jumping and missing jumps and running around. He's not quiet, you know?
He turned around as soon as I said that. I think his buddy's in my stream.
And then he goes straight to being stream sniped. You know, it's like the audacity to complain about people stream sniping when you're fucking ESP sniping everybody in the entire server. KJ64, nice try trying to get my location.
He's dead.
Again, watch how he gets this kill. It's not a we're at 624. Let's see if we can back it up just a little bit.
Watching your stairs.
This isn't like the craziest kill ever. Man, this isn't the craziest kill ever. But watch how he has no sound here. And I pulled the sound up really big. How does he know to aim out and then track this guy right at that moment? And it's like every time he does this, it's just pixel perfect. Now, that headshot on him, you could conceivably track that guy. That's not an insane
That's a
shot. It's
stream
just the
sniper's
timing.
kid.
He just always has the right timing. And he's just got the most annoying little squeaker,
Bitch.
you know, talking shit to this guy he just cheated on, you know?
Upstairs.
Did that guy have this killed? Actually, only
I think he tries to kill somebody with the MG. And then he does this thing where he goes over to 2-story. Oh yeah. This right here was pretty blatant. He kills 2 more guys over here.
Yeah, a long way though.
So the cheating situation right now, Solar, I feel like it goes back and forth. It's like it's both better and worse at the same time. Like there are times where I don't run into anybody all day, and then there are days where it's like real bad. And I don't know if they're like people trialing cheats out.
Don't die on me.
I'm dead. Oh my god. I lit him so good, dude.
Got one up here.
Like, how do you know you have the headshot? He just knows he's got the kill. It's always a freaking headshot. Look, he's ADS. Why are you ADSing right now? His movement's terrible. Like, just has no... He's sitting here... Like, the reason he can just sit here like this and watch this wall is because he sees the guy through his screen right now. This is such an awkward, weird thing to do if you don't know that there's a second guy. We have no sound cues. And look at how bad, okay, his sensitivity is so high that even just holding the angle, he's like moving his thing around because his sensitivity is so high. But he's nailing these like little twitch headshots like it's Rainbow Six Siege or something. I know, I need to speed things up. I don't want to skip this though. It's also brackets for slow-mo, right? And then he just breaks line of sight like this. Like, why? Why?
You could just start staying back.
I don't even get it. And see how he's tracking this guy because the guy crossed left to right. The guy's on the right side now. So he's putting it right on him, you know? We're a little schedule, guys, now that we have a few more people in here. So tonight, here's what we're doing. We're going to go over a few clips of some cheaters and some guys that have interacted with me recently. We're going to do some video reacts. We're going to talk about a Nikita video. And then at 9 p.m. CST, it's just for reference, it's 7:20 right now. We're going to Veritas, One Peg, and I are going to have a chat with the former lead developer of Riot's anti-cheat. He's the one that kind of founded and kind of created, was there from day one. And that chat should be awesome. I had a talk with him yesterday, and he seems like a really sharp guy. You know, it's going to be a good conversation. And so we're just kind of doing some stuff. I might even play a game of Tarkov or something before then. There's also a guy who runs the anti-cheat PD Twitter, and I had a chat with him last week, and he seems like a really nice guy when he can come on and do some stories. So it's gonna be like an anti-cheat night, you know. It's all gonna take place in the Discord. So I created a green room. I think I briefed all you guys in the mod chat. Okay, so like again, what queue are you basing your peaks off? And how do you know that you can just sit here on this stairwell and just not get killed by anybody? Yes, Flamester, it's gonna be Phil. And I would prefer, guys, you can look at him up, but we're not going to talk about where he currently works. But he's legit. He is legit as they come. What's up, Papa Roach? Like, why are you holding this? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, this is such a bad move for most players. Anyway, so I watched the rest of his VODs. It's all the same thing. He does the same thing over and over and over again. He is banned now, so that's cool. We will talk about the AI and anti-cheat. We are going to do a react to that, 1990. And I appreciate the dono. So anyway, this guy, he's banned, rightfully so. GG's. Don't feel bad about it. So I want to pull up a raid that I ran, and 1 second. All right. Okay, so here's a raid from last week. Okay. And sorry, guys, it's kind of a dark raid. Oh, by the way, I have my... When I play back in VLC, I lose like game audio, so you're going to hear my mic. Let's see if they're over here at the gas station again. I run into this guy right here. Hey there, bud. And he just talks to me, and I'm like, are we cool? He's like, yeah, man, we're cool. Like, I need to kill scavs. You went. Yeah, good luck, man. All right, so there are some good people out there. All right, so I leave him in the dust. We run this way, and I wish I had sound on this. I realized I had to reinstall Windows, guys. I had to reinstall everything after the whole hacker thing, and they fried my hard drives and all that. So I come over to this area over here, and I hear just a single like shot in a body drop, and I'm thinking, dang, it was really odd. Everything about it was odd. So I'm like running around trying to figure out where this is at. And I realize it's this guy right here. And I spend the next couple minutes clearing the whole area out. I finally get the balls to come over. I'm like, I'm checking, you know, skeleton. I'm looking for any sight line where this guy could have got sniped. And I can't figure it out. So yeah, the problem is Sky Dweller, when I reinstalled everything, my audio interface, this big thing over here, it just didn't sync the tracks correctly in OBS. So just for a couple of days, I wasn't recording in-game audio, and I was like, whatever. So I come over here, and I finally go to loot this guy, okay? And, all right. And I look at who kills him, and the guy who kills him is Big Maikovsky. Okay, so, like, remember this. Okay? I move on, and I head over to dorms. We're going to skip ahead. I go in the back. Let's see if I do it in one go. I don't remember. This is like if I haven't played Tarkov in a while, it takes me like 4 tries. Let's see what I do. Let's see what I did today. Oh, look at that. Hey, look at that. And I hear, you can't hear this in the recording, but I hear somebody go off the back entrance. Okay? So you hear down the stairwell. So I'm thinking, okay, this guy's leaving. So I come over here and I'm kind of listening and I do, ooh, I'm dead. Okay? So I'm thinking, okay, that's a little odd. I stopped the recording. But the guy who killed me was Big Mayakovsky. Okay? So they list the band wave. And guess who is banned? Will this Zoom thing go out of the way so I can do the chat? Okay. Big Mayakovsky is on the list of the people banned last week. And he made it, I actually friended him in game and had a conversation with him. And let's go ahead and pull that up while we're waiting here. He got to level 12, by the way. I think he was level 7 or 8 when he killed me. So he got all the way to level 12, just wiping the entire lobby, just running around and killing everybody. And one of my problems with this situation is that it's not that he can cheat. I think I've accepted the fact that cheaters are going to get through. There's going to be cheaters. But it's how long it took for Tarkov to finally ban him and how many raids he was able to ruin. You know he's not doing tasks. You know? James Bond 07. Yeah, Gandalf 420. Landmark. I mean, you have to give these guys. Some of their names are pretty good. A lot of XIA. What does that mean in Chinese? Look at this. 145 XIAs in their name. What does that mean? Is it just a part of speech that's really common, or is it like a cheater code thing? Look at how many there are. 145 just on the last list alone. Okay, so I go to my messages, and I message him, and I say, you got to tone it down a bit, bro. You're going to get banned too quickly. And he goes, what do you mean? What's your KD right now? 2.45. Bullshit, it's 2.45. You're going to run it up, wiping the map like that. You record your gameplay, and he goes, I only got 3 kills. What do you mean wiping the map? Where were you when you killed that level 17? Guard K9 is the guy that he killed, or whatever his name is. I don't have a 17 dog tag. The guy near the tracks near gas. I didn't kill anyone near the tracks. He's just going to like lie his way out, just like the last guy. I have your tag. I killed you, a guy in dorms, and sniper scav. You killed a level 17 near the tracks, like almost on the tracks. I'm looking at your tag. I don't know. Then my screen only shows 3 kills. He's just making up stuff. Anyway, he says, you know, there weren't bushes on his screen, like whatever. But he made it to level 12 though, man. So kind of like unfortunate, you know what I mean? That he can even get that far. While we're here, let's see if I can do let's see if I can nail a perfect hideout or a bench workout. I haven't done it yet. So the next thing we're going to talk about is this post that has been sent to me from about, I don't know, 5 people have sent me this. You guys may have heard this. Let's do a quick workout. We're gonna do a quick workout break, and then we're gonna get back to my agenda. All right, guys, what do you guys think? Without lights off and the... All right, here we go. All right, nailed the first one. I'm not very good at this, by the way. And you get 0.8 on the first one, so I really want to nail this. Gotta focus. Oh, that was really late. I feel like there's desync in the hideout. Looking good so far. Oh! That one looked really good. Okay, I give up. All right, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, so somebody sent me this thread. And basically, this is a thread where Nikita, by the way, check out Nikita in this video.
Следующий докладчик Никита Буянов, директор исполнительный Absolute Soft, вам расскажет.
So was he the director of Absolute Soft? he didn't own the company, and I know that he was an employee there, but I think he's the game developer director of Absolute Soft at the time, which for context, they made games like Contract Wars, and then they had a single player version, which was, somebody will say it in chat. I can't remember the name of the single player version, but Contract Wars was a multiplayer game, and it's kind of in the Tarkov universe. But similar to this whole Nexus thing, some people have made parallels where he worked for a company and then went and created his own project. So he got his experience, he got his foot in the door. He was working for Absolute Soft at the time. And of course, he's going to speak Russian throughout this whole thing. And there is a YouTube link where you can turn on subtitles and do a translation, auto translate. And when you do that, you're going to get hired ops. Yeah, so the single player version was hired up. So you're going to get like generation of English. Let's put on English. You know how you're an entitled American when you go to these little things and you're like, why is English not at the top? That's how you know you're an entitled American. So our next speaker is Nikita Buyanov, or is that how you say his last name, Buyanov? But before we get into the AI generation of the translation, we come in here and somebody did a translation on Reddit. They said speaker, and now you see Nikita Buyanov, CEO of Absolute Soft. So was he the CEO? I wonder if he just didn't have like outright ownership of the company. From my understanding is he wasn't the top dog at Absolute Soft. Maybe I'm wrong. And so this is a 1 minute clip of a 1 hour talk. And by the way, I have the full talk as well, and I got that all translated on my own. But so this Reddit thread says, Nikita starts off, and he says, by the way, about cheaters, I would like to tell you something, but it will be surely... Am I recorded or no? Then I won't say. But cheaters are, and he like pauses, yeah. So it is a serious issue that works always in two ways. For me, it was a revelation. And now, sorry, this is written really poorly. It's hard to read. So for me, it was a revelation and how to estimate them is up to you. But if there are thousands of cheaters, this will raise the donations in the game, because cheaters will lead to distress every other player. And the main rule to lead players to donations, you have to have every player in distress. And I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound very good. That sounds odd. And he goes on, just because the player would realize, oh shit, he buys everything he could because he thinks he can punish the cheater, but no. So that is a dead-end situation, but that would rise our donations. We release our new anti-cheat updates constantly, more and more complicated, and we see how our donations constantly decrease. Once in some place, this Russian Facebook, I don't know how to say it, we banned our top players, people with 4,500 hours in the game, really much, and one of them donated hundreds of thousands of Russian rubles, and that's like $1,000 USD. He played with cheats on, and we banned him, banned his mates as well, and many other people who donate to us. And so what? We have our donations decreased. Who will say that we are bad after that? We banned our donators and we lost our money. So it's a double-sided issue. Okay. So this thread on the surface looks really bad. And if you go in here, you see things like, this is just insane. How long will the community pretend that a speech of Nikita doesn't exist? How clear was he supposed to tell us that cheaters are the priority in generating money and thus are here to stay? This needs to blow up as much as the Wiggle video. Okay? So I was skeptical. Okay? I was skeptical. So I had multiple people do a translation. So one of them is in here in Inferno. I found people that had really good English, really good Russian, and I had 3 different people translate it. I had 2 people give me full transcripts. By the way, shout out to Inferno if he's still here. Really appreciate you. He not only translated the full minute, but he went into a longer version of the video. And let's just, first of all, for context, let's just listen to this 1 minute with the translation on, because his speech pattern is very odd. And I asked everyone who could speak Russian, like, is this odd to you? And he's like, they're like, yes, the way he's speaking is odd. The way he is odd. It's kind of out of context. It's a little odd. So we're going to listen to this. So just for context, I had 2 people translate it completely, and they gave me very similar results. And then I had a guy listen and look at their translations, and he put little changes, but it wasn't much. So we got a better translation than what's on Reddit and than what I've seen.
Следующий докладчик Никита Буянов, директор.
So this is AI translation.
Вам расскажет.
Вот. Кстати, по поводу читера я бы тоже кое-что сказал, но это уже будет, конечно. А там уже не записывает или нет? Тогда не буду говорить. Ну, читеры это то, что вот, да, это.
I think it's important for you to see kind of the pacing and his cadence.
Серьезная вещь, которая работает всегда в 2 стороны, так и быть, я скажу это. Для меня это было, честно говоря, откровением, как бы, и как это воспринимать, это, конечно, уже ваше дело. Если читеров много, это начинает поднимать донат. Потому что читеры вводят в состояние дискомфорта других игроков. А главное правило, чтобы донатили товарищи, нужно держать игрока в состоянии дискомфорта. А главное правило, чтобы донатили товарищи, нужно держать игрока в состоянии дискомфорта.
So it seems like the guy on Reddit kind of used mostly a version from YouTube, right? By the way, Nikita's changed a lot, dude. Can we get a Buyanov, Tarkov? We're gonna get a lot of meme photos, but let's just like look at him currently. Like, is that even? Are these people even the same person? Here's another photo. This is from 2016, so this is even a long time ago. But he's changed a lot. I think he's gotten better as he's aged. Okay. So okay, he had a glow up. So I was skeptical. Okay, so the first thing to realize in contract wars, the game is free. Okay, the game is free, but you can buy aesthetic things like kind of like CS:GO, where you can buy skins like League of Legends. And so I asked the guys, I said, the whole donation thing is odd. And they said the word in Russian, it really makes more sense for it to be like an upgrade or like a payment that you would make in the game, like a microtransaction. And it turns out there are microtransactions in contract wars. So when you ban cheaters in this game, they don't have to buy another game, and the game company doesn't benefit from banning cheaters, because there's nothing for them to buy again other than like the cosmetics, right? So what he's saying here in the translation is that, we banned people who donated to us, and we basically, they lost their donations. And I bet you a lot of times they would ban somebody within a period where they could get a refund or something, or and so they're going to lose it. They're actually going to lose money in some cases. They're never going to gain money by banning anybody. And it's interesting that Nikita switched to a model where you buy the game and there are no microtransactions anymore, which it's just an interesting thing that he changed that intentionally. And so I got a better translation. And I'm going to move my camera over just a little bit so you guys can see. And I'm going to read this. I know this is a little bit boring. Yeah. I'll share this without being able to edit, right? So let's do restricted. Let's do. I really shouldn't dox this guy. I just doxed this guy's email. I'm sorry. This is a good person, guys. Be nice. If you guys want to read this, let me put it in chat. I'm not in the chat room on this computer. I have a stream computer, so I just copied it. So I got to go over here and put it in chat. I don't mind doxing myself because I put my emails everywhere. That should be a document that you're going to be able to view. Okay. So on the topic of cheaters, I already said something, points at camera, something in the audience, and asks, does it write down what I'm saying or not? So he's basically asking if he's being recorded, right? How is someone editing this? Okay, I don't know. I'll put it like this. Cheating is a serious thing that works two ways. The way that you take this information is, of course, up to you, the audience. If there are a lot of cheaters, it will increase purchases because cheaters make other players feel a sense of discomfort. It's probably somebody going in and sharing it. It's all good. Rule number 1, to make players spend more money is to keep them trapped, feeling a sense of discomfort. The player becomes angry and begins to purchase everything he can, hoping it will make him better. But in reality, it won't. It's a stupid thing, but also something that increases income. So I think what this means is that he's saying, I already have backup. This is actually a copy of a copy already, but I think what he's saying here is that the things that make donations and games fun is a sense of discomfort and difficulty, and that makes people buy more in-game purchases and be proud of like having skins. Like just think like CSGO. Like if you make it to like global elite, you're like proud of that. You want to buy skins and show off the fact that you're good at the game. So the things that make a game difficult make you buy more things and upgrade and be proud of your accomplishment, like i.e. Tarkov, right? And this is long before Tarkov. And what he's saying here is it's a stupid thing that cheaters also cause this to happen. And he's being candid here. And as much as I am frustrated with Nikita in the game as far as how they're handling cheaters, I don't think this really means much. So we're going to move on. We constantly update our anti-cheat systems, made it more and more complicated, and in the meantime, we watched the amount of money coming in decreasing further and further. Okay. Funny that this was not included in the translation on Reddit. We constantly update our anti-cheat systems, made it more and more complicated, and in the meantime, we watched the amount of money coming in decreasing further and further. Okay? So Kelly might be able to copy and paste this and put it in Discord or something. We'll share it later. Oh, also, we banned a player with 4,500 hours and many of his friends. One of them spent around 100,000 rubles, and we're estimating, $1.6 thousand in 2015. He played with cheats, but we banned him and many other people that spent money on our game. So what? Our income decreased. So what he's saying is he's banning people. When you ban people in this game, you're preventing them from buying more things. They've already spent a ton of money on the game, and you're preventing them from buying more. So that is interesting. Who can call us back after this? We banned potential customers, and in exchange, we made less money. This doesn't mean that you should keep cheaters in your game. You have to, of course, fight them because they cause a bad effect on newer players. They start playing the game, and then their retention goes to practically zero because of them. In general, we fight cheaters. We sue them. I scare them, the cheaters, by saying we have a legal department, but we actually do. We have a legal department with four people to be exact. If we need to find somebody by only nickname, they will find him. So what's interesting about this is the reason I'm conflicted about this is it seems like when he moved to Tarkov, he vowed to not do this microtransaction thing. And he thought maybe if we charge a large amount of money for the game, it would slow cheaters down. Like they're not going to be able to keep creating counts over and over and over. And he completely misjudged what a good game Tarkov is to cheat in. Tarkov is a fantastic game to cheat in. Number one, there's no competitive lobbies. There's no skill-based matchmaking. So if you're in Valorant and you get into the higher tiers of Valorant play, really good players that are playing against you report you, and you start to be investigated at a really high level. And there's kind of a funnel that sends you to the top, and you're going to get caught a lot easier in a game that's so structured in that way. In Tarkov, it's like I could round the corner on a guy who's been playing for 10,000 hours, who has like an elite kit, who's amazing, who's going to kill 5 people on the map like almost every single game. And I could also run around the corner to somebody who plays a couple hours a month, has been playing for 5 years, but he gets to like level 12 each wipe, and he tries to unlock the flea market. That's like his whole goal. And so the tiers of players in the game are just so dramatic. And then you have loot, and you have the difficulty of the game, and you have like how powerful ESP in this game. I really think in Valorant, like ESP is great to see which site people are at and what kind of characters they have, and you can get some kind of knowledge, but it's not going to help you like it does in Tarkov. So I think he completely misjudged how people would keep buying this game back to back to back. I don't think he realized that people would do this. He also, you could tell he did not realize how bad cheating would be, because they didn't add BattlEye to the game until like 2019. Okay? So that was like 3 years after the alpha launch. It's pretty, it's pretty not good. So, people talking about kernel level cheats and all this kind of stuff. We're going to talk to somebody who's going to clear up a lot of this. A lot of people don't realize BattlEye is a kernel level and anti-cheats. So that's a big misconception that people don't realize. So, have you guys seen this video?
You guys listen.
This anti-cheat video by Basically Homeless. I'm conflicted on this, okay? Because I was interviewed in this video by this guy. I think he's a really nice guy. I think he's a good guy. I think he's entertaining. He's trying something new. Like, so if you look at his channel, when he asked to interview me, I went through his channel, and he does a lot of like really fun, entertaining content where he'll watch like a laugh, like funny video, and every time he laughs, he installs a virus, and it's just it's funny, right? Entertaining guy. So he told me that they're working on this anti-cheat, this AI anti-cheat, and him and his friends and or whoever was in the group, they all took turns using the AI cheat, and they're going to each guess and see who they think was the one that was using it, and they're kind of to show how good AI cheats are, that just use your video, that don't actually use any software, that just use your video source to aim for you and all that kind of stuff. So I was kind of sad that when I actually watched the video, it was like a tiny bit portion of the video, and he doesn't really show any of it. I thought the whole video could be about that, and it would have been really good. And so I was a little disappointed there. There was a few things in my interview that, for the most part are like true, but a little off. So we're going to watch portions of this video. I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
1 out of every 3 players in an online FPS game are cheating.
I also, okay, I'm going to get in trouble here because people wanted evidence for my claim, the 60% raid, but I at least told you, man, I played 125 raids. 60% of them I could confirm, in my opinion, based on how I'm doing things, that there was a cheater in the lobby. And a lot of people didn't like that. This claim, though, I don't know where he got this claim, though, that 1 in 3 are cheating. Like, I don't even know. Like, it's just a weird thing to start off with. He doesn't ever reference it. He doesn't ever give us any reason. Which game are we talking about? I don't even know what that is. Anyway.
Next to your PS5, it's literally just connecting to the remote play.
And then in other games, it's way more than that.
What does this revelation mean for the future of gaming in general?
So it's an AI aimbot?
Yeah, AI aimbot.
Works in any game.
They sell these by the millions.
And it's not just your little brother either. At every level of the industry, from pros to streamers, cheating is rampant.
And it will become a real job to cheat in his game.
It's a full-fledged business. And what Moist Critical is talking about is in Dr. Disrespect's game, if you put NFTs, a lot of money on the line, like, people are going to be full-time cheaters.
Are you getting old?
Yeah.
Is gaming changing? Or is it that rampant cheating is not fun?
Over a year ago, we set out to use AI with one goal in mind: saving FPS games.
We're ready for you to submit your clips to help train our model. What you're about to witness in this video
Yeah, are NFTs still a thing?
is the solution. The solution to cheating in online gaming.
To help fund this project through the form of sponsoring this video is Opera.
So he's got a sponsor. We're going to skip ahead because I'm a scumbag.
So let me be straight up with you guys.
He did a whole thing about how he talked about how he, tried to use, you know, steroids or something. It's kind of a funny thing,
So
whatever.
this is basically the final form of the AI cheats that single-handedly killed FPS games about a year ago. This program essentially acts as like a mediator between remote play and the game.
All it uses is a live stream of your game. So as long as you have an internet connection that's like 2 megabytes per second.
One, it enables mouse and keyboard on console, but what's worse is you can essentially plug in an AI aim assist.
It can use AI
Yeah, go bag.
to read the screen, find the enemies, send input back to whatever system you're using, console included, and then aim at the enemy for you.
So it's basically just
And by the way, guys, consoles are just ironclad when it comes to anti-cheat because all those security features are turned on. Everyone's software and hardware is completely, you know, the same. And they have very little actual like cheating at a hardware level. But something like this, where it just looks at your screen, it just looks at the video input, can't really be detected by like an anti-cheat, right? So it can only be detected by performance or some kind of AI looking at it and saying, oh my God, you're playing like way outside of normal. Your reaction times are insane. That's how you would get detected, you know, if you're using something like this.
as your
So this is kind of what he's trying to tackle here, you know.
play controller.
Yeah.
Dude, that's
And it gives you to
nuts.
feed it.
To get access to it. The godly knew. He went in and he infiltrated this website. He made the cheaters love him. He convinced them to like him so that they would give him the cheat. It took months. I'm just kidding. He paid $5. So for a few
Dude, I paid $60 for my cheat for a week access. I feel like I got scammed.
$bucks or a free version that comes with a virus, you can pretend you're better than everyone else. This can never be detected by an anti-cheat scanning what's running on the system because all of this is running only off of watching the game the same way you do.
So this is an 8-person free-for-all where all of us have cheats installed and one person is chosen at random to enable their cheats, but no one knows who it is. And we're all trying to guess who's the person that has cheats enabled.
Someone's a hacker right now?
Yep.
Someone's a hacker?
Someone should be, at least.
Oh my gosh. Let's go.
I just spawned in.
2 back-to-back? Okay, let's see.
Yeah, man. I'm cracked out of my mind.
Keep in mind, we have a point system going here, and we're trying to not get detected as the hacker by the other players. Also, these are the devs that are so graciously donating their time to work on the Waldo project for all of us. I'm linked.
By the way, are you guys excited for CS2? I actually kind of am. It's been getting mixed reviews, but I'm actually kind of looking forward to it, you know?
The Waldo Discord and a few other things. Go give them a big thank you.
The thing about this Silence, though, is you can run this on a second computer. So you can take the video source and either with a video camera, so it doesn't even have to be like in line, or you can split the source or have a monitor that duplicates it, or you can just split the HDMI source with an HDMI splitter that duplicates it. It's not detectable by the computer. And you can even have a camera over your shoulder just looking at the screen, and the input can be inputted into a mouse to aim for you. So it can't be detected with software. But if you were running it on your computer like they are here, like, yeah, you would be able to detect that. But if you were actually doing this in a tournament or trying to cheat, you know, at a high level, you wouldn't put it on your main computer.
Nice shot.
7.
So take a look at the footage.
Okay, this is my one problem with this video. I thought he was going to show like a lot of footage of them playing and them trying to like detect who was cheating and kind of actually show like what the AI cheat was even doing. Like, tell me how it was making you shoot better and give me some evidence that you actually kind of did it. I was kind of disappointed right here because I feel like this.
You can guess which one of these angles is someone using.
And the point he's trying to make here is that in these 4 kills here, none of us can really tell with our eyes who's cheating. And so it's like, okay, you know.
It was, honestly, it was definitely.
I thought you.
Oh, dude, that's a bad idea, boys. I just left this part in so you guys would know it wasn't me and that I'm just cracked out of my mind. I'll be honest, dude. I just had to double check to make sure they were off. I'm just saying.
So make your guess. You're left with a 1 in 3 chance of getting it correct. The answer will be at the end of the video and in the description. Point is, you can't tell. And if you got lucky, there was a 1 in 3 chance, kid. That's how likely it is to run into a cheater if you play one game today. But what we can't see, an AI can with certainty.
To our human eyes, this just looks like really good aim.
They're designed to have smoothing and look natural, look like human aim.
But to a trained AI, the difference is night and day. The best way to describe it is like having a trained medical physician try and tell the difference between someone that's really jacked on steroids and then like a dog. There's no mistaking it. Couldn't just a real
And what I'll say here is like it is not unrealistic that we get to a point where AI can look at your video and look at your input and look at response times, look at what is possible within the category of your skill level, and basically decide, okay, you are doing something impossible. You're doing something out of the normal. You spin botted and did something like this. In Tarkov, just think of all the things that AI could analyze. Like, you search 1,000 bags or containers, and there's a certain percentage that each container is going to be empty. And after you hit about 1,000 of them, within a narrow window of normal, stats, you're going to open a certain amount of them that are empty. But if you're ESPing those containers and you're not opening the ones that are ever empty because you're like, that one's empty, I'm not going to go get that one. And you go to like 1,000 containers and you haven't opened an empty jacket or an empty bag or something like that, we know you're using ESP with like almost absolute confidence. And so there are things that AI can do, just like math, and keep track of someone's history in a way that like isn't possible for like someone just watching one round, or for a human to kind of keep track in their mind without getting a little notepad out, and spending a lot of man hours. So there's nothing like impossible about what's going on. I think the real difficulty is implementing this into games. And I think looking at just pure video footage is kind of interesting. I don't think this is impossible. And the AI is really a hot topic right now. And so I see why this is something that people are
AI
looking forward to.
Undetected with lots of human data? No, this is a permanent solution to end the cat and mouse forever. And I will explain why I'm getting there.
A lot of people ask, what about ESP? Okay. What would you say is the most distinguishable trait to tell if someone is cheating based on your experience of, like antagonizing them in game?
I mean, there are a lot. Who is this asshole?
A lot of things. This is Goat, aka Tim. He wanted to know just how many people were cheating in Tarkov. So he installed cheats with the intentions of finding the cheaters.
Kill to death ratio, what gun they have out, how much ammo they have, everything with his cheat. Game sense is something that is a really big deal in a game like Tarkov. How to move around the map, where to look, how to set up your gun.
So what is it that he used to distinguish if someone was cheating or not?
Hey, what's up, DJ?
No. Before the wiggle, as funny as that is.
This duo was the highest KD. By the way, the duo that I was talking about isn't this duo right here in front of me. It was a different duo that I was referencing when I was talking to him. That I came across that I think was legit. If you looked at them on the radar, they were just constantly looking around. Their little things were just going everywhere. And I'm a little Timothy. Areas where just no one was there. It's painfully clear that these two Chads are legit. How refreshing. And then you'd watch these other guys that have like 20-something KD, just running straight into a building, straight to a jacket. So basically what I was trying to explain in this moment is like, how was I able to determine if people were cheating or not outside of them just wiggling at me, right? And the point I was making is like, you would see these guys with pretty high KDs, but like they were playing like an enemy is around any corner at all times, even though they were across the map. You could see their little ESPs like, just swiveling all over the place. And these guys with 20 KD are never looking around and running straight to like loot because they know no one's around them. And then when they would get around an enemy, then you would see them kind of, start looking and stuff. That's the point I was making, is that's one way that you could, to get their item straight out.
Yeah.
And straight a different way. And when you looked around that area on the map, there was nobody that could kill them.
And they just already knew that, so they didn't have to look around. He was looking at human behavior. Do we know of anything that can kind of detect human behavior?
I don't know. Is there any technology out there that can kind of look at human behavior and see if it's human or not? I don't know, guys. I don't know. There is an extremely distinguishable behavior between someone using cheats and someone not using cheats.
So we thought, instead of just aim cheats, What about an AI that can detect everything? An AI that analyzes player behavior and determines if they're cheating based on how they're interacting with the game with over 99% accuracy. This is what will save FPS games. Now, I realize that that sounds like a pipe dream, like an impossible solution that's years away, another hopeless dream of one-day gaming with no cheaters online, and here's the twist. It already exists.
But see, it doesn't though. It doesn't, because no major FPS game is using it outside of Valve. Valve has an AI component to their anti-cheat, from what I understand, and some other games are using it. They're not talking about it, and they're using AI more on like the stat side of things. But this doesn't exist quite yet. This is an idea. This is a kind of a small software company that is trying to raise funding and awareness. I haven't quite implemented this yet, so keep that in mind.
Someone made it, and it wasn't us.
For days, I was tearing my hair out.
Why is this not in every single game?
What is going on? I had so many theories.
Game developers don't need good...
And by the way, we are going to ask the Valorant dev tonight. I got kicked out of the game. We are going to ask the Valorant dev tonight what he thinks of this.
Keeps playing. Cheating in games, this whole other industry is stimulating the game. As a game dev, why would you stop it?
There is technically financial reward for them if the cheaters keep buying accounts.
AI anti-cheat exists. Game devs are not using it.
Luckily, the truth was the simplest answer.
And just this year, early January 2023, we started to implement it in the games. And so it's starting from now. It's happening as we speak.
This is the CGO and CEO of AnyBrain, the AI anti-cheat that detects everything.
How does it distinguish between someone that is say using like an ESP in a game versus someone that isn't?
What we do is every player is providing data about how it is possible to perform the games. So let's say you have a reaction time when you find an opponent and you move to there. There is different cognitive skills that we apply when we are playing a game.
Yeah.
And what we can extract from these behaviors is these cognitive skills that are being applied on a specific moment. They are not human.
So it's learning constantly. Is that okay?
Yeah, exactly.
And so what percentage of people would you say are cheating in some form?
We always start with a very high threshold, meaning that we do not necessarily catch everybody, but everybody that we're catching, we're 100% sure. We usually see between maybe 10, 15, 20% of players that are cheating. We are fairly certain that the phenomenon is much higher than that. And again,
the Valorant anti-cheat is going to be on the tail end of this live broadcast. I'm not going to produce a second version of I'm going to timestamp it and people can watch it later.
Andre created AnyBrain.
My kind of estimation, based on a bunch
I might
of
use clips for other videos or something.
Around 30% are using something to improve.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're thinking along the same lines here.
And they're under NDA, so they couldn't tell me exactly which game, but they had data to back up these.
Again, I don't know this data. Like, okay, people wanted me to show data, and this is what I think of this data. You have dates and you have bars with there's no information. Let me move my camera out of the way here. There's no information on the y-axis. There's dates on the X, and this looks like December going into, I guess, January. I don't know. I don't know what these numbers are. And you have fraudulent players and average players. Like I don't know. I don't know what this means. Like I could have produced a chart like this in my Wiggle video. Would everybody been happy that I showed evidence? I mean,
claims.
Every time we catch somebody cheating, what we need also is multiple moments that have a very high probability of being somebody using a namebot. So a pro will have very few of these moments because they are just very good, right?
Yes.
But in order for us to make that validation actually get flagged of you.
Yeah, I mean, but I get that it's quantity, but the big bar versus the small bar, is that 10 versus 2? And what's the sample size? Like, it's 10 out of 5,000? Is it 10 out of 100? I don't...
Using, let's say, an aimbot in the game, that means that you will make moves that have a very, very high probability of being aimbots and doing that multiple times.
So let's say hypothetically, I'm only using a very small amount of humanized aim assist. Is this something that you think your system would be able to detect?
Yeah, so first, a lot of people is using that small adjustment that is make it invisible on a video, or if you're watching the stream, it's so difficult because the difference.
And I understand. I can see that. I think AI will be able to detect things that humans can't, or that software can't. There is a role for using AI in catching cheaters.
On human eye, it's almost impossible to catch. But the way we interact is.
And you can't even say that mouse swerves or like straight lines, because the AI, the aim assist, could do human-like behavior to kill people.
It's possible to make it as a human.
And one could argue that the AI cheat might get so good that it might even be hard to be detected by AI anti-cheats as well. So I mean, it goes both ways. Because if the AI anti-cheat gets so good, the AI cheating software could get so good to be very difficult. I don't know.
Help me understand just a little better.
Yeah, well, let's say that you are just adjusting a few pixels.
Yeah.
The way you move with this adjustment, it will be non-natural timing that is not human. Even if in our eye it looks human, but on pixel level, but also on these patterns, it is not human. So that's why we can catch it. People say, "Oh, he was cheating." I'm sure because it is impossible to aim on that way. Sometimes it's just lucky, or you are really good. So it's difficult for people to understand, and the result of false claims about
Badger?
who was cheating or no, because he's so good player, it's impossible. But here, looking just for these patterns on pixel level, we can understand this.
After a few hours of gameplay of someone using a humanized aim assist, it would be able to detect that that's happening.
The usual behaviors, like let's say somebody using an aimbot on Warzone, actually real time plus 5 minutes in order to flag somebody who is using that.
To detect someone in real time can take as little as 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Wow, that's really cool.
It felt almost like I was in a dream. Like I was gonna wake up and tell Olivia that I had a dream that someone made the AI anti-cheat that solved everything.
And this will happen in the coming months. We are fairly confident that something's
Speed up a
going to
little
happen,
bit.
something's going to click in this year.
But it got even better.
2 hours is to create the player profile
for what we call identity frauds.
What they're talking about is a biometric profile, a profile as distinguishable as your thumbprint or your face.
We are starting to get into crazy territory here. Okay. I don't think it's unreasonable that AI anti-cheat will be a thing in the future, and we will incorporate AI into catching cheaters and detecting cheaters in a way that humans can't, in the way that software can't detect them at the software level. I mean, AI anti-cheat is software, but what we mean is traditional AI or traditional software anti-cheats, things like BattleEye and Vanguard. This is outside of that. This is AI, right?
So this
blueprint thing is starting to get crazy. I don't think that it's impossible in the future, but to talk about the idea that they're developing this and this is on the horizon in the short term is a little crazy. Okay. And they're not talking about what they're basically going to say here is that if they ban you in Valorant and they look at your gameplay for 5 minutes or whatever they need to ban you, they're going to get a gamer biometric of how you play and ban you if you were to create another account and play in the future. And not only that, but they think that they can ban you across other games too, which I think is crazy. Okay.
Baseline of 2 hours because it's unique to each and every one of us as gamers.
On how you play the game. This means that once you get banned, it's not as simple as creating another account. If you create another account, the AI detects your biometric profile. Every account you make will be banned. There's no hardware ID, it's you. You will be permanently banned from the game with no chance of ever playing it again.
We're fairly confident that some things are about to change.
The implications of this are insane, especially if the game has a replay system.
If you have ever cheated and the data is saved server side, you are then able to be caught at any point in the future. If you cheat, you will be caught. It's just a matter of time.
The biometric fingerprint of a pro player or streamer could be seen on an alt account that was hacking a year ago or last week or currently. Now, I don't know if these things will be done with this data, but I can tell you that FPS games, all online multiplayer games,
because here's the thing, the AI cheat is controlling the behavior. So you're not detecting the player's biometric behavior. You're detecting the behavior of the cheat, right? So an AI cheat that you're using could also change on a day-to-day basis, right? Or you could install a different version the next time you play. There are ways around this. Like I spent about 10 minutes thinking about this, and I came up with ways of where I couldn't be detected if I was cheating, if I was using AI cheat. And I also think what this video doesn't consider is the idea that the AI cheats would use higher level AI that's at the same level of what's being detected or what's doing the detections, right? So I think this is great. It's a great idea. I would love if this happened. I just don't buy it. And I talked to a bunch of people who do this for a living and are in the know, and they're very, very, very skeptical. So we will talk about this tonight.
Are saved. Now, the Waldo project is different. It plans to put this power of knowing in your hands. A way to know if any player is cheating simply by scanning the gameplay footage, laying bare the truth, and leaving the effects. Update of the Waldo project.
Shout out to Basically Homeless. If you're not subscribed or if you haven't seen this video, you should go check it out. I'm not trying to rag on this guy. Like, you know, he's just making a video. He's talking about something that I hope happens. These guys are excited about something where I'm just getting a little skeptical. My dog keeps going up and down the stairs. He's got long nails. I'm sorry. But I don't see this
project is available.
Being very realistic or happening anytime soon. Anytime soon is the problem. So unfortunately, I hate to be like, you know, a Debbie Downer. I just don't see this happening. I would love to see it happen. But yeah. Oh, speaking of AI, I made a video a while back where I ran into I ran into a guy who we were taking the scav extract, and he turned on us. He was a player scav and tried to kill all the PMCs that were with me and ended up killing him. And he had vocal fry. And I decided right then and there to never trust somebody again who has vocal fry. And have you seen this Sam Altman interview? This is the main CEO guy of ChatGPT over AI. He's been in a bunch of tech interviews.
Bring people, how much does that help them create a much better world?
Do you hear his voice?
New science, new products, new services, whatever.
He talks like this.
And
like, what is up with people who talk in vocal fry? It's like, I can't really give you my voice. I'm going to meet you like a quarter of the way there. I'm just going to give you just a little bit of my voice. I'm just going to like ASMR my voice for you. The mic better be like right here because I am not giving you my voice.
That's the one that matters.
Oh, he actually gave us a little bit of voice.
Understanding for a particular set of inputs, like how much
for a particular set of inputs,
ability to provide to people. I think we are understanding that better.
We are understanding that better.
Do we understand everything about why the
See, every once in a while he'll give you like 2 or 3 words. You know, he'll give you just 2 or 3 words of his real voice.
One other thing.
He doesn't have a bad voice.
Certainly not always.
Certainly not always.
But I would say we are pushing back like.
Oh, okay, what I have understood though, this is something I'm taking to the bank. When I hear somebody with vocal fry, I immediately don't trust you. So I don't trust this guy. I don't know. I listened to this whole interview, by the way. It's really good, actually. You should do that, but you should get over the vocal fry. Sam Altman, please. The vocal fry, it's killing me. It's like basically the worst. All right, I'm gonna pull a guy in here. Hey, what's up, my man?
Hey, what's going on, Go?
Will you introduce yourself? I just pulled you in randomly mid-sentence, so people have no idea what we're about to talk about.
Yeah, all right, sure. My name's Turush. I'm currently a cheat analyst with the Anti-Cheat PD. It's like a volunteer service, kind of like it's for Valorant. It's kind of like what Trey was trying to do for Tarkov, but for Valorant, essentially. I've played a lot of games competitively. I hit Global in CSGO, Radiant Valorant, Masters Apex. So I have a lot of experience in the FPS scene and dealing with cheaters, especially I've played all those games competitively as well, especially Valorant. I was on a top 30 team.
Well, I just want to stop you there. I first just want to say thank you for the lack of vocal fry. It's really refreshing.
That vocal fry thing is very true.
Dude, I don't know what is up, man. Gamers with vocal fry, that the AI algorithms that are detecting cheating, they got to put that in their little algorithm as one of the little checkboxes they need to look for.
Yeah, the AIs just scan your vocal cord and just detect your voice. They're like, yep, this guy's gone.
So I'm sure people have questions for you. I'll try to pick up in chat, but
Yeah, sure.
I want to hear. We didn't really get it. I talked to you for a good while. I had to go in the middle of a conversation. I felt like I wanted to keep talking to you. Can you tell me a story, either someone you guys caught in Valorant, how you did it? What's some of the behind the scenes of some of the operations you've run? I'm just curious. Can you tell like a story or something?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I guess the best story that I can think of to tell is how I got into like finding cheaters and helping ban cheaters. I think that's like the best like introduction story. So, there was a cheater called Rob in the tier 2 scene, and he was a former teammate of mine, and he was cheating on the team that I was on as well. Um, I mean, he was a really good player. So, a good dynamic to know is when you have a really good player that's already inherently good at the game, that understands the mechanics, because the way you can like pick out a cheater very easily is finding a discrepancy in between like their movement and their performance and their aim. And normally that's like the quickest way to like be like, yeah, that guy is cheating, right? His movement's bad, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't line up with the gameplay. But when you have a really good player that makes it line up where it's realistic, it's very hard to catch. And that was kind of like in this case was very much that, where he was performing really well, his movement matched up, like everything aligned really well. But you know, I was very suspicious of him because I watched him play, and he just was consistently doing these crazy shots, and I was like, "Wow, this guy's crazy good." Like people would ask me, like, "Who's a really good player right now that's up and coming?" I'd be like, "This guy." But I was suspicious of him. I hadn't checked out, and I had a whole tweet that I made that kind of exposed him, and it's just hard to catch those people that are able to do that. So I had him looked at, he got banned. He tried to hide the fact that he was banned and said that he sold his account because he kind of got banned under the radar, and I kind of blew it up because he was playing on an alt account and he's still playing into tier 2 scene.
That's something that happens in Tarkov, man. People getting banned under the radar.
Yeah.
Like
that's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
With well, Vanguard or Valorant has a system now where if you report someone, you get feedback. You say it says this player was banned. But essentially, you know, we looked into it and we got him banned. And this has happened a few times where we've had like players in like the tier 2 scene like looked at. And now this is something I do on the regular.
Yeah. So tell me, like, what do you think of this whole AI anti-cheat? Did you watch that video?
Yeah, I did. I watched it yesterday, and it was pretty interesting. But I don't think it won't be relevant for a while. I think if you have AI that compares statistics, it could work. But like AI that tracks like human behavior would be pretty interesting to see. I think that would be something that could be done like now.
I'm not hating on the idea of AI being a part of our lives in almost every single way in the future. Like, it's just a matter of time. It's just, okay, I don't want to be that guy. Okay, I was a 90s kid. I grew up in school, and my teachers told me, you need to know how to do these big arithmetic, tables and stuff, because you're not going to have a calculator on you. What are you gonna have a calculator in your pocket all the time? They would do all these jokes and stuff. What are you guys gonna have computers with you everywhere you go?
Well,
and
now we do.
And now we do. And everybody kind of knew that was the way we were going. So it was kind of like a dumb thing to say. But I don't want to be that guy that says like, oh, this AI is not going to be that good. But we're not there right now. And I think hyping it up in this way and saying this is the solution right now, it is a little absurd. I think the blueprint's a little absurd. But I want to be proven wrong. Okay,
I do too.
So about the Nikita video, we kind of talked about this before. What do you think about all the that video? I kind of went over it earlier.
You're referring to the one where he was essentially saying that like cheaters are like donating to him.
Yeah. From the conference from 2015.
Well, I think I agree with you in the fact that that they do make profit off of it, and that there's no microtransactions in Tarkov, which is a big essence in like cheaters being directly profitable to them, whether it's on purpose or not. I would like to think that it's not, because I think it damages the player base. Like today and yesterday and the day before that, I feel like I've been dying to a lot of cheaters, and it's just been like really aggravating for me. So I don't think that's long term profitable for them, but in the short term it is. But that video is kind of alarming. But it's kind of hard for me to make a direct judgment on that video.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to run a raid before I get into this Valorant or this Vanguard guy?
Yeah.
Are you able to play right now?
Yeah, I'm geared. I'm
Let's,
ready to go.
Let's do it. I haven't even added you in game or anything, so we'll have to. I have like 7,000 tabs open. I probably need to.
What map you want to run?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm the worst person when it comes to like
Let's do
having an
labs.
objective. Let's do it. I got to get a labs kit. So guys, this is what we're gonna do. I'm going to. We're gonna kill some time. In about 40 minutes, we're gonna do a big chat with former Vanguard anti-cheat dev, and we're gonna have a big long talk. So I kind of want to chill for a little bit. I've been talking and yabbing a bunch. All right, my name, if you want to add me to the group,
Sure.
is
Oh wait, I think I might have EU servers on. Oh no, wait, I changed it back.
my name right now is not troll at all.
Yeah, but oh, I see it.
Rad Shadow like legends. Every time I stream, I change my name because I feel like people are gonna like target me in game and write it down. People send me screenshots of cheaters trying to find me in raids and sharing my name and stuff because they're trying to grief me.
I sent you one.
Okay, cool.
Labs Hero.
Yeah. Oh, we both have trolling names. I'm bringing a KS-23 with flash rounds, and
Nice. All right, perfect.
and then I'm running a SR2M as well.
All right, cool.
I guess I need to bring a labs key card.
You can buy 2 now.
Really? That's kind of nice.
They did that today.
Maybe I should just buy them as opposed to using the found and rated ones.
Might as well
Wow,
get
they did it today. Wow. So I wonder if that's going to increase the number of people on labs just chilling and having a good time.
Yeah, they probably would.
Okay. I'll invite you then. Maybe I'll have a chance in labs if everyone's playing there.
Yeah. Hopefully today goes well.
Oh no, keycard. I thought I put one in there. Good thing I have everything insured. So have you been playing a little bit lately?
I've been playing all day, every day. I mean, I play Valorant still for like my college team, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, every day I pretty much just run labs.
Dude, I ran labs like I want to say the year that labs came out, maybe around 2019 or something. I played it a bunch, and then I played it a bunch in like 2020, 2021, and probably the last 2 or 3 wipes I haven't like played it much at all. I'm trying to think I think I've played like 2 labs raids this wipe, so I'm pretty rusty on labs.
Labs is fun. It's definitely my favorite map, just because like the performance on it is the best.
Yeah.
Labs and customs. You know, Streets is a lot of fun too. If I was able to get more than 70 frames.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot more fun.
the lighting is good. The map design is good. It's got good loot. You got raiders. You know, when you kill players, you generally get good stuff off of them.
I mean, I would be willing to argue that Labs is probably one of the best designed maps in like all of like FPS PvP games.
It's really good. It's really good. I mean, it has a combination of so many things.
It just has a really cool feel when you play it. It's kind of eerie in a way too. Like
I love the sound design. You know.
Yeah, the sound design is phenomenal.
Like little servers and all the little sounds and everything, dude. It's got like an intense feeling to it.
I got a pair of IEMs on the way, and I can't wait.
Oh yeah, what did you get?
I got the moon drops. They're about $300. But from what I've heard from my friends that use them, they're very much worth it.
Did you have to do like a custom fitting or anything?
No, I just ordered them off Amazon. They do custom fits, but I mean, I'm sure those are a lot more than I would be willing to spend.
Yeah. All right. Haven't even like played in a while. It's gonna be rusty as hell.
Okay. Got an interesting spawn here. We can go right onto red in the safe room.
Yep.
Someone close in front of us, maybe? Okay, we're good here. We can cross. Get ready to fight on the right. For people that come downstairs.
He's low.
I'm safe. Just come in.
I'm not in full auto.
Are you good?
I'm gonna try to flash him.
Yeah, he's
Hey there,
pushing
bud.
down the stairs. Yeah.
Yeah, he went around the other way. I'm coming back the way you went. I was not in full auto when I shot one bullet.
Yeah, he went around the stairs towards kitchen side, lower level. Careful. Left side of the bottom stairwell. He's pretty much where you're pushing right now. You ran that way.
I have a
You could flank
KS
on
out.
conference side.
Okay.
I'm holding that right now.
You want me to chuck a nade up top?
Yeah, you could. I'm watching stairs behind us. He might try and quick flank around. Still holding conference. Okay. Let's backtrack.
God, I could have flashed him so good had I just had my gun out, or I would have killed him already. He's definitely not rage hacking.
Nope. I'm watching the offices in front of us too. Okay, yeah.
That's probably him, yeah.
Come this way. Come this way.
Okay,
We're gonna do a little wraparound.
All right. I'm keeping the KS out.
Keep it up. Need to clear your stairs here. Okay, this hallway looks clean. I'm going up parking stairs right now. Get that angle down the hall. Hallway looks good. Could have ran up. Could have pretty much ran anywhere.
I do have an impact still, just FYI.
Okay, nice. Okay, let's move. Get ready for a fight here. This looks good. We got a clean path here. Cutting right, going upstairs.
Ooh.
I've got a lot of KS towards green.
Yeah, it
Could be
seems
low
pretty
on
far,
black.
right?
Yeah,
Like I hear something
definitely
walking
verified.
far left, maybe?
far left. All right, I'll take the peek.
Yeah, I think I heard something.
Yeah. I mean, I did clear the hallway when I went up there, but there could be one in office, close office on us. I'm clearing it real quick.
Just gonna watch right.
Yep.
You saw somebody?
Wait, here's something
Oh
on
yeah,
left.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the KS out.
Yeah, he's close left.
Hey there, bud.
I'm peeking it. Careful.
Can you? Yeah. I was gonna say I can't shoot the glass out.
I'm running in. Dead.
Okay.
Good. Careful here. I'm watching Sarah push on our right. I'm kind of watching that hallway push on the shots.
Dude, I'm so rusty. This is so funny. I have my I'm gonna turn my NVIDIA settings up real quick because I cannot see in the dark.
Yeah, try and do it quick because I want to get a wraparound timing. These people
Okay,
are
we're
definitely
good,
gonna push
we're
the Shots. Okay, come here. We're backtracking.
Okay. Dude, I could not see the guy. I forgot I had my NVIDIA stuff turned down.
They're in this hallway. Tent looks good. Closing door. I am holding an angle on the hallway right here.
Okay, I'm looking
line
left.
right in front of us too. Yeah, it is looking good. I'm just trying to see if anyone's gonna push up on those shots.
Yeah.
I'm going in the office. Okay, holding the hallway. Did you get that guy's gun?
No.
Oh, you were a secondary? Nice.
Oh yeah, I'm using the SR2.
Yeah. I have an angle on that hallway. So if you just want to hold our back stair push, that would be good.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold it with a KS back here.
Okay, perfect. Yeah,
My
dude,
goal is
I've
to get
gotten
somebody
so many
completely
nasty-
flash and just. That's kind of the way we came, huh?
That's back from where we came.
Yeah.
That sounds about like red kitchen conference area. Still trying to see if anyone's leaving green on that.
He's got raiders over there.
He's got raiders? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I'm going back to where the body is.
Okay, yeah, you can loot it if it's safe. I'm gonna restem.
He's got a P90. It's kind of debatable which one I should use.
Green hall still looks pretty clean. There's definitely going to be somebody blue hall area on this right part of the map. And we got at least 2 on red side. And 1 died there. And then we can say maybe 1 died in black.
Yeah.
I think we're safe to loot these rooms for right now.
Okay.
I'm hitting the safe room I'm in. You can get the safe room that we killed that guy in.
Yeah.
Dude, these safe rooms are so underrated.
Yeah, I got a 100K safe over here. This guy says he's a TTV, but his name is Rimjob, so...
Yeah, you know,
so
I'm gonna guess not.
I doubt it. Did you see how many XIA names that were... No, I wasn't maybe I was sprinting. I kind of jumped.
Yeah, that's you.
Did you see how many guys, that's me on glass, had XIA in their name that were banned? It was like 142 from the last list.
XIA? Is that like a cheat?
I don't know if it's like some kind of Chinese word or like, I don't know what it means. But that's too many for it to just be random, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I always like looking at the ban list and Control F TTV.
Yeah.
I think I might have heard someone on the stairs behind me. I'm gonna check it real quick. I did close the door. I'm gonna jump check
I feel like I heard a step the way we spawned.
Yeah, there were people who were shooting red, so a rotate there is definitely possible. We can go back the way we came and go up the stairs, because that's most likely still clear. Because we had control of that. I'm under you if you want to come back under.
Yeah, yep.
You're ready to go.
He's got a bag, armor, everything. I left pretty much everything on him. Left the gun.
Okay. How am I doing on max? Okay, I'm pretty good. Checking parking. Finish real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little wrap around peek. Clearing the right stairs real quick. Okay, our stairs on the right are clear. I'm crossing over.
I hear footsteps straight ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Straight left, maybe?
Straight left.
Just, yeah.
Oh, like
and you hear
maybe
above us,
weather?
maybe? I heard footstep left, too.
Could maybe be raiders. I'm gonna sprint clear. Okay, hallway's clean. Yeah, it's raiders on our left.
See,
That's kind of good.
See, once you get those better headphones, you're gonna hear this stuff along with me.
Yeah, I see it. Oh. There's 2 raiders in the hallway. I'm pretty hurt.
He went into a cat. I don't know if I can shoot him the
We
way.
don't want to fight him from here.
Oh, there's one far across.
I'm holding this with you.
Oh,
Don't stand in
like
front
far
of me.
across, far across.
Oh, far across?
I got the one close, but there's one further all the way down.
Okay. I'm
just gonna pack. Oh man, I've been dropping mags because I filled up when I picked up the guy's other mags. Damn it, I just dropped like 3 mags. I got 3 mags total right now, but.
I might go into button room and there's a
He's
raider
throwing
at the
an
end of the hall. He's right in front of the other stairs. We can just go over there on that side and get him.
Gonna pack mags real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
Like an idiot. I picked up all his P90 mags. This is what happens when you don't play for a while. You lose little things.
Yeah, no, you do. I didn't play. I went on a hike and I didn't play for a day and I came back and I kept forgetting items for like 3 raids. There's no way this server is wiped though. I heard the 1 button press earlier, but I haven't heard any other announcements.
Maybe that guy died to the raiders.
You know, that's actually possible.
There was a lot of shooting over there, and it seems weird that he wouldn't have like cleaned up.
Yeah.
You know.
Be careful of that raider at the end of the hall. He was in front of the stairs that I'm by right now. I'm serving my arm.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still down there holding it. He's out in the open.
You still see him down there?
He was just out in the open, just holding the main hallway, like not even behind cover. So he's.
Okay. Wait. Fuck! I lost the mag. Bruh. Oh my god. I have M80 rounds in my gamma.
Where'd he go?
Whoops.
There's one in like cat room. I don't know where this guy was. I think he either pushed up. He's either in. Oh no, he's just down the hallway. Down the hallway on the right.
Okay, I see it. I hear steps on our right.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's
I thought it was to
player
our
or
left.
raider.
Oh no, I heard it on the right too.
there's-
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm holding it. It might be a player.
I see
Someone
the
else is
raider.
shooting.
The raider's moving across the way.
Yeah.
Towards like red.
I did hear steps on our right. So.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was a raider because we killed 1 and there's 2 more raiders on
And he
our
was like
left,
running. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah.
seems.
Did not sound. There's 1 kitchen. We should rotate to the other side. Yep.
Okay.
I'm going under office. Let's rotate
Okay.
under. Let's get.
I'm gonna leave my
let's pin
backpack
up
here.
between the raiders. Okay. I'm gonna leave my backpack down here as well. That's a good call. See if we can catch him on the stairs. I'm gonna chuck a nade up there. There's some raiders by hangar, sounds like.
Yeah. This guy could be over by like cafe though. The player almost.
Yeah. I would say we should wrap all the way around.
Yeah, let's do it.
Watch this tent right here. I'm gonna run peek it. Looks clean.
He's calling the
That's it.
elevator.
Calling it, yeah. Let's see if Blacklist hit while we're here. Oh. Yeah, okay, it was hit. It was just open on the other side. I was about to say. Dead body on our left.
I feel like the guy calling it's a different guy almost.
There's a lot of dead bodies here. No, it has to be a different guy. There's no way that guy that was near us could have ran there in time. It's someone else. Okay. Let's go through server. This is a good rotate for us. This looks good. Your metal? Sounds like greater.
Like forward left or?
Towards our right. Towards like the kitchen stairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear it across the room. Checking a nade. It could be a player. That's quite interesting movement. Check nade. I'm going far right, back to where you were.
Okay, I'll kind of go more mid.
Well. I think he might be behind the red container. Nading it again. Watch for a push.
I think he's on the other side of the wall. There is a dead body here.
No way I got him with the nade.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't check it.
Check it. I got him.
Really?
Yeah, check the tag.
Do you see where the nade went off right there?
Yeah.
I didn't see it when I ran through that. I was looking for the nade explosion, but I didn't see it over there. He was just gonna hold it out and hope nothing happened.
Yeah.
I don't understand why people do that, man. They do that all the time, you know? And you're just like, there's a dead body over here. There's a bunch. There's raiders, maybe. Yeah, he killed a group of raiders right here.
I forgot to bring mags or ammo.
For what kind of
gun? MP7.
Oh yeah, we're probably not gonna find any ammo here. I wish I don't have even a secondary on me or anything that could.
Nah, it's okay. I scooped up his RD.
Okay, cool.
Do you want his? He has an HVC. Do you want it? I don't know if it's better than what you have on you right now.
I've got a 48 HPC level 5.
It's 24 out of 50.
Yeah, I'll just chill with this then.
Yeah. I mean, I could just take it. Why not? Do you happen to have water?
No, I'm trying to think if I had any in my backpack. I have a SJ12 on me I can drop if you get low.
Yeah, I'm at 13 and 20.
Here, just hang on to it so if we don't have to drop it later.
Thank you. Let's just go kitchen then. So
Raider out in the open down there.
Okay. We can just peek it on this side. Let me clear this hall real quick on our right. Just make sure don't get ran up on. People like ratting over here. Alright, good. Wait, that wasn't us.
That's hard. I don't know what that audio means. It's like muffled
that's
and like
a very weird audio.
Is it like down in the basement or?
I think that nade could have been from red because remember there was another player towards red side. Yeah, that's like.
Sounds like there's milk right here.
Oh, where?
Right here on this. Yeah.
Good eyes. I'm checking our left. I don't know where the fuck the raiders went. But I'm pretty sure the audio we were hearing was from boiler. Because once I came out, I was able to hear it a little bit more clearly.
Dead body in the red entrance. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oop.
Getting shot at, running downstairs.
I think,
sounded like the other side of the hall.
was that really at us though, you think? Because they're kind of still
sounded
shooting.
near my head.
I know. I think it's like a glitch. I think it's just at like our direction. It's kind of odd. Like, where would he be shooting at you from?
Well, I could have sworn I heard the audio from boiler, so he could have went up the stairs and be thrown on that hall.
Because we heard more ricochet shortly after down there.
Yeah. Is that you running left?
Yeah, I'm like running out in the open right now.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going into this. You're not in this red room, right?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm under you. I'm coming up right now.
So this guy's dead. Oops, sorry.
Very good. Someone
he died to leopard. That's a raider, right? And he's got the
I have Gargle and Queen Aegis TTV.
He's got the Star Wars. He's got the Star Wars guy. He had a microcontroller board on him.
Just
this guy had a lot of good shit on him. This is kind of like...
Yeah, no, he died to the raider. He died to the raider.
Yeah, he died to the raider, and he's got a Founded Raid Banshee that he took off a raider. Look at his loot.
Let me check it out.
GPS signal amplifier. He's got two of those.
Me out with that door open. Oh, fuck.
I should have died.
I went to go close the door because you were like freaking me out with that.
It's another raider. No, was that USEC raider or was that?
No, that's a raider. That's a raider.
That guy's got some insane loot. He's got 2 of the GPSAs. a microcontroller board, which you can't put these in your butt, which is dumb.
No shot.
It's almost like this guy was fucking farming the hell out of this map and then died to like a bullshit round maybe coming into this room. I don't.
Dude, I got blasted by a scav today on streets. Wasn't my proudest moment.
Wow.
We can jump out of red on the right side, so you don't have to go out of that door.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. These guys are aimbots right now.
We need to jump out the window over here.
Okay. If I'm heavy, I need to drop my backpack first, probably, right?
Yeah.
To break your legs.
There's like a little piece of like railing you can kind of jump on that would negate it, but I would drop your bag to be safe. Because they got this door on lock. Yeah, let me circle peek this. Maybe we can get the raiders to push. Let me see. Let's see if the raiders are still holding the door.
Oh, I see
they're
him.
the left side of the hallway now. Jumping out's bad. Jumping out's bad.
He's in cat room.
Cat? Okay, let's see if I can get
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
see it. Wait, is this a player? I think it's a player.
Okay.
This doesn't feel like a scav. He's raider. He's pre-firing me. Yeah.
If I jump out the center one, right? I can...
He's fucking me up pretty bad. He's like left side of cat on your side.
Oh no, I dropped the backpack right here. Oh no.
What the fuck is happening?
Okay, you're gonna have to get my backpack before you go down.
Yeah.
Try to drop it over the edge.
Got one.
I should be
I do
dead.
think there's a player on our left though.
Like further down, right?
Yeah,
across the way.
like the left hallway of cat.
Right,
Like towards kitchen almost.
I'm down low, basically underneath kitchen.
Okay.
Hey there, bud.
I'm healing up. I'm pretty hurt.
I got a impact out.
I got that raider and cat.
Hey there, bud. Are you chill? I can't get him to like make any noise.
Maybe it is the most cracked raider I've ever seen. Dude, I'll clip that. I've never seen a raider just like straight up pre-fire me.
He shot so quickly on us.
Is that you running upstairs?
Yeah, I'm right outside.
Okay, I got spooked for a second.
What gun do you think he was shooting initially at us?
No fucking idea, to be honest.
He's rocking an MP5? I don't know. Unsuppressed, maybe? I'm going to come back in to try to get that backpack because it was so difficult to...
I'm serving out my arm.
It was so difficult. I couldn't pick it up. The stupid awning thing was in the way. Oh, come on. Where'd I drop it this time? Oh my god.
Oh, it's right here. It's
it
on top of
disappeared on me.
No, I have it. It's like under...
No,
wait,
I dropped it right here in the middle one. If you go over the edge.
Okay. Where is it?
If you go over the middle one and look down.
Oh, I see it.
It disappeared from me.
No, I see it.
Oh, walking nearby.
Wait, my bag disappeared.
Oh, down low. There's another one right on me.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Oh, there's another one. Fuck.
Oh, I'm out of ammo. I'm dropping down. Got it.
Dude, I feel like I hit him in the head like 4 times. But yeah, I got him.
Nice. Hey, maybe it wasn't a player after all. Okay, no. I have your bag.
Okay, cool.
I have to go back and get mine.
So that's the bag of the guy I found, and I still have another bag, like...
Yeah, I do too.
So...
Welcome to labs, my friend.
Yeah.
Where are you at right now?
I'm right over here with these dead bodies. With these,
Okay, I see you.
raiders.
Here you go.
Alright, sweet. I've got... Oh, we're doing good. Fine on time.
Yeah. Raid's almost done anyway.
You know you like KSs when you hang on to your KS instead of picking up like N4s and stuff?
I mean, it's a pretty slim gun.
Yeah, but I want it out. I want it ready to go.
Let's see if I can go back and grab my bag. There we go. Nice.
What was weird is, like, I don't know if people on the stream saw this. I looked down and the bag, like, literally, like, disappeared, and I had dropped it. So I thought, oh, it fell over the edge. And then I take a step back, and it's like, boop, it, like, appears in front of me. You know, there's, like, that bag glitch in certain areas.
Yeah. All right. We can, I'm gonna hit this other safe room. How you doing on loot?
I mean, I'm 54 kilograms. Like, I can't even take everything that's in my other bag, so, you know.
Well, if the raid is done, we can hit managers and weapon testing and loot dome. And there's a yellow keycard spawn in kitchen, which we can check real quick before we head. Let's see. We got very lucky with that yellow keycard spawn.
It dropped inside me. One thing I do want to get better at is building up my stamina or my speed, my inertia when I'm about to peek something or.
Oh yeah, dude, that's huge. So
it also builds up a little bit of like insecurity, and if someone's holding an angle on you and you run in circles like this, they can't really like pre-fire you as easily because they don't know exactly when you're going to round the corner because you keep running around in circles, you know.
To be honest with you, I peek like that about 80% of the time, and it works. Like you run away, they think you're running from them, and they'll go to swing, and you come back, and you get it amplifies desync. So
or you run up to a corner when you're about to round the edge, and you just kind of run into the wall, and so they're just hearing the cool, and they, you know, Tarkov has bad audio, but one of the things that's really hard is it's hard to tell, like, exactly where someone is when they're running in front of you. It just, I mean, you can tell they're right there, but you don't really get like a precise, like he's 1 foot to the left or right, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You have to use like game sense to kind of just guesstimate.
Let me open up.
I mean, I'm as happy as a clam, dude. Like, I have too much stuff.
This is a W raid so far.
I don't even remember what was in my other bag.
Neither do I. I think I have some things in there. I got some like safe loot. I'm checking for a Letty spawn real quick.
Yeah.
No Letty.
We dropped it in the parking garage?
Yeah, at the hallway into parking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we both
We gotta
dropped
go
our
the
bags.
other. Yeah, I dropped mine, I think, on the opposite hallway of yours. Yeah.
Okay. Because mine is in here.
I'll just have to go a little bit further.
I can't remember. Did we loot the lower office? Yeah, this one's mine.
I'll come over there. I'm literally not gonna. It's the same. If you want a bigger back, what do you have? Oh, you got a big backpack too.
Yeah, it's trooper.
Oh, that was
good?
like at me without being visible before he shot. That's a little weird. He's got a grenade launcher.
Let's get out of here. Yeah. Fuck that.
He shot before, like, I think I was visible.
Let's just hightail it out of here.
You know. That was a little weird.
That was weird.
I had some decent loot in there, but he can have it.
No. How much loot did you lose?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Dude, everybody, like, yeah, that got you. Because, like, I was running down the hallway, and maybe he heard me, but he went, boop, boop, and, like, shot, like, before I was visible.
I mean, we ran. We did make some noise.
Yeah, I mean, like, he could have just been doing a little pre-fire shot, but then he shoots a GL in the hallway. Like, it's not impossible that you would do that, but
No, totally not possible. We were making a lot of noise in red, so if he was trying to rat us, he totally could. It's reasonable, because we ran the opposite way, and then we started making noise again. Pretty sure this is up. Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, I'm guessing the guy took the second floor exit earlier.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Did that raider just kill the other raider?
I don't know. I put up a short where an AI scab killed 4 Rashala guards with a nade. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I have.
It was like, Jesus.
All right, let's go.
All right, man. We'll have to run some more raids. I might play a little bit more after this. We'll see if I'm still awake after all this stuff.
Sure. Good. It was a pretty good raid.
Yeah. Cheers, man. I got to pull some people in and get our shit going.
All right. Cheers, bro.
All right. Cheers.
Have a good rest of your stream.
Yeah.
Catch ya.
What's up, bro?
Yo, what up, man?
Not much. I got to get people in here. Pretend like we're going to do something.
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
Boom, boom. I just played we had a pretty baller labs raid.
How you liking them extra labs keys?
I didn't even know about that until just now. So you would think
yeah?
it's going to increase, the normal of regular players,
Yeah.
playing.
Quote unquote regulars, not the wigglers, but the regulars.
Yeah, just the regular Chads.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if our VIP. So, gamer and streamers are notoriously late and bad with time. How about game developer and cheat developers? Are they also bad with time?
For the game devs that I have interviewed, they have been notoriously on time.
Okay, yeah.
Whether or not that ends up holding true, I don't know.
I need to give my stream computer the ability to join my own Discord.
I've never interviewed an anti-cheat dev before, so that one's new for me.
I was looking around the internet. There are like basically no interviews or talks with anti-cheat developers like on the internet essentially. And I think that's for a reason, if you think about it, like very few reasons to do that. There's very few bonuses for that, but I'm glad we're able to pull this off.
Yeah, same. I think it'll be a good talk.
And we are now we're allowed to kind of talk about anything now for the most part because this isn't an official thing. Although I did send you a message and we talked about, he doesn't want to talk about where he works now, but he's legit. He doesn't want to talk about where he works now or be associated. He doesn't want to, represent himself in that way. And he doesn't want to like bash Riot or BattleEye or anything. And he's got a good relationship with Riot. And so that's all good.
So don't ask him why BattleEye sucks.
I know, right? So that's cool. Let's see here. Go to stream computer. Roles. There we go. Share my screen. We're going to do an OBS thing. Start virtual camera.
The magic of the internet.
All right. Boom, boom, boom. And sorry, guys, I'm gonna have to do some setup stuff for this interview stuff. So give me a minute while we set up. I want to make sure I'm not losing any frames when I do a virtual camera because that can sometimes be a little blah. I hope you guys are excited for this as much as I am. Sorry, I'm having to do my mods jobs real quick. Okay, we should be good.
Perfect.
Mods, if you guys can hear me, go ahead and pull them in if they're ready to go. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a picture-in-picture with all of you guys on the screen. So I'm going to be a small video for you guys.
Oh, you just wasn't working?
I'm running it off a stream computer, so I've got all my video connected to the stream computer. I thought I had my GoPro connected to my main gaming computer, so I could do a separate video while I stream. I can have my screen picture-in-picture and show everybody so that stream can watch it as well. Because I want to be able to record as well. I'm not really going to use... I don't really plan on using anything, but, you know. Welcome, welcome.
Yo.
Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna make sure permissions, if you're just like anyone, you should be able to speak, video, everything. Yeah.
Checkity 1, 2, 3.
Hey, man.
We got you.
Doing?
Turn you up a
You
little
guys see
bit.
my camera?
Testing.
We got you. We hear you.
Share your screen. Okay, sick.
Testing. What's up, everybody? It's Critical.
How's it going? It's gonna be lame. You're gonna see a picture-in-picture of me plus you guys on my screen. So you're gonna see kind of like the broadcast view. So sorry about that.
Just feeds my narcissism.
Hell
Actually,
yeah.
we could increase the number of times I could see myself. Replace everybody's video with just me staring back at me.
I like the guitar collection, man.
Oh, yeah.
hell yeah.
Each one of them represents like a failed dream.
I got a lot of those. Just
Yeah,
mine's like
you just don't hang
mine's
them
like-
on your wall. That's the
Yeah, mine's like
difference.
microphones and like amps and shit.
I got a few of those too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you even got a banjo, man. That's like you've got a violin up there, or is that an actual violin, or is that piccolo, or whatever you call it?
Sorry, hold on. I'm getting a phone call. I want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Making me check my phone now.
That's actually a Git, Joe. The discerning user will recognize that that is 6 strings, not 5.
Hmm.
Oh my god, I need to get me one of those. I have a banjo and it's in
Do you want to
school.
play the banjo but don't want to learn a new fingering position? The Git
Yeah.
Joe. Are we
All
waiting
right,
on somebody?
Can you see my webcam right now?
Let me see if I can pull it up.
It
Let's
says your
see.
stream is still running. I just can't tell if it's.
I see that you're okay. Here we go. I think how it works. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So we got everybody. Cool beans. Well, welcome everybody. We've got Phil here with us. I just want to, before we get into this, initially we were trying to do this the official way, and I think rightfully so. I went around on the internet trying to find like discussions with anti-cheat developers on the internet, and it just doesn't exist. And I think for good reason. So I think we're well aware of the sensitive nature
Probably
of
trying
this.
to keep their jobs. I don't understand.
Yeah, and trying to be effective. It's kind of like having a job or having an interview with a detective about like how to catch murderers and like all the tricks and, you know, up your sleeve. You don't really want to like publicize that information to the bad guys because they're watching. So when you're asking questions or you're listening to the discussion, just be aware that like there's just stuff that's off the table, right? The other thing I want to go over real quick is we are not attacking BattlEye. We're not attacking Riot Games. We're not attacking any company. The idea is to not pit them up against each other. The goal, I think, of this discussion in my mind is I think people are severely uneducated about anti-cheat. And it's very aware to me now after talking to some of you guys that are in the know, how little information there is out there. And I think as a consumer, it helps to know just a little bit so that you can be educated enough to know what's going on. And that's kind of why we're doing this. So Phil, if you can, introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do.
No, I'm unable to introduce myself.
I'm under NDA.
I'm under NDA. Yeah, I guess I'm an anti-cheat veteran. I've been in the anti-cheat industry and the cheat industry like 20 years. I guess I got started making cheats forever ago on some Korean games, one of which was called Guns the Duel. I don't think any of you are old enough to remember that. But yeah, that was the first game I hacked in, and then I ended up snagging a gig at Riot, 10 years later, working on the team that eventually became the team that developed Vanguard. I don't work there now, which is why I'm able to talk to you. But I recently left the team. And yeah, I mean, that's probably the good intro as any. I was originally a data scientist on the team, developing the pipelines that kind of like detect the anomalies that players like behaviorally detect whether or not a person's cheating, but also like sometimes explicitly detect whether or not they're cheating. And then eventually I led the team for 2 years before I sailed off into the sunset to tackle new things.
Awesome. So I'm going to ask a few questions that are like the most basic ones, and then I want to go around. I want to pick Veritas and OnePeg's brains. If you guys are from the Tarkov community, I don't think we need to introduce like Veritas and OnePeg and myself. You guys know who we are if you've been on YouTube and Twitch, and so I'm just going to try to move things along. Okay, so I have seen this comment so many times. If BattlEye had kernel level and anti-cheat, everything would be detected. If they just implemented that, we would be able to detect all the cheats, and like BattlEye is crap. They don't know what they're doing. Can you walk us through maybe some of the the reasons why that may not be a very smart statement?
Okay, well, I mean, you already kind of prefaced this that I'm not going to be like comparing anti-cheats. Like, it wouldn't be fair to do that either.
Yeah.
Also, there's like a lot. This is all my personal opinion. I have to preface everything because this is what I think. It doesn't represent the beliefs of any employer. Jargon out of the way. Well, there is some merit in needing to be at the service level to reliably detect cheats. There's actually an article that like Riot released and I wrote that kind of like it kind of explains why we need to have service level access in order to even have a shot. And that's largely because like cheats themselves can install a service on your machine. They can hook the system calls that we intend to hook before we do and modify our request to them and modify the replies to those in ways that we would otherwise not be able to detect. Like we could, like at the very basic level, when we go to request, information on the machine from Windows, if their service if they're operating at the service level, they're here being the cheat, and we're operating at the user level, they're going to set hooks and then
just real quick,
modify the replies in a
what do you mean by service level? Break that down for us.
kernel level. Sorry,
Kernel level,
I'm referring to it as a service, but that's because there's a driver. It's the kernel level.
Okay.
So yeah, right. So I mean, this honestly, this is pretty common. I don't want to say it's like common, but this is a Google search will reveal this stuff. But yeah, that's the difference. Well, that's why it's necessary, or at least that's why I feel it's necessary. In order to have any shot at getting a legitimate reply to a Windows API call, you kind of have to enforce the integrity. There's also a couple of other things, obviously, that the driver gives you. But the primary reason is that make sure that none of that has been tampered with, so we can trust the replies. It just makes it easier on the developer to operate an anti-cheat. It makes it more difficult to perform subterfuge, all that good stuff.
Okay, you said like 10 words that like literally make no sense to me. Okay, so to just clarify it a little bit, I think you trumped this freaking GoPro. So to just clarify a little bit, what do you mean by like subterfuge, clearing things, all that kind of stuff? Just break it down a little bit for us. Like, what does kernel level mean? What does it mean to be operating at that level, just as like a basic like starting place?
Yeah, it's the least restrictive tier software can run at. So it's often referred to as ring 0. It's the kernel level of the operating system. There's not really another way for me to phrase it. It's like, like you run all the applications you run in user mode. Your games, I mean, some of them request administrator privileges, but they're still in user mode. The calls that I'll actually get into the calls later. So like most of the applications you make to determine to get any device information are making calls to an underlying Windows API from user mode. Like if I wanted to know what particular operating system you were running, what other applications, or even something as simple as like getting the process name by ID is a call that I make from user mode. I'm basically asking Windows to give me the answer to something.
So I guess stepping into the next most common question, I'm just going to get these out of the way because these are the boring ones. I'm just going to fire these off. Everybody, if you go and look at my YouTube comments when I ask questions for this and you go through forums, everybody complains about the level of privacy infringement by anti-cheats. Let's just go into that. Like, what is there any truth to that?
Well, first I should probably, I mean, this is important to say, like, the kernel level doesn't, I mean, it doesn't really let us, a lot of those calls we can still make from user mode and receive reply. Like, we can still get a list of like, you can still get a list of like running processes. You could still get like all the things that like, all that can be done from user. Also, like a lot of the anti-cheat developers have been doing this for years. Like they don't really need a driver to make requests of information from the system. There's like that. The driver is more to confirm the integrity of those requests. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with allowing us to gain a greater deal. There are some things that allows you to have a greater. Man, it's difficult to talk because you don't know what you can and can't say. But there are some things that it might give you like a small, greater amount of detail on, but that's not really the purpose of why so many of them want, or like why we found the driver to be necessary. It wasn't to increase the breadth of information we were getting. It was to ensure that that information hadn't been tampered with. Does that make sense? So,
right.
So yeah, like it doesn't. That's what it's kind of not there for. We're not gaining. But to answer your question, that was mostly focused on the information that anti-cheats retrieve, like. And I'm mostly talking to my experience. We don't get, like, anti-cheats don't give they need to collect some information. And usually those, like, what they collect and even the retention periods of what they collect are, like, defined based on the risk of that information. So, like, but it's actually very little, most of it's deleted instantly. Well, not maybe, some of it's retained so that you can have evidence of a particular cheat. But it's very rare that there's like anything that's like even personally identifiable stuff is so risky. Nobody wants to hold on to it. So like we didn't. And yeah, I hope that answers the question. It's difficult to talk about.
Yeah, I think something that's related to this too is the idea that when it comes to privacy, some people are worried that like some foreign company that has a root level access is going to steal all my data, right? And whether or not that has any merit, obviously case by case basis. But then there's the idea that software having root level access could potentially be exploited to gain root level access.
Right, like the Capcom driver, right? That's what you're asking about.
I'm not talking about anything specifically, but just in general, one of the worries is that that essentially the software could be used as a vector for malicious software, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I mean yeah, right. So like if we I mean, first of all, I'm not speaking as a representative of any particular anti-cheat. I mean, I'm going to say that every 3 sentences.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, everybody does their due diligence to try to ensure that things like that can't happen. I know that we went through pen tests, internal and external, including external black box pen testing to determine if there were any vectors for that. We audited and audited again. It was like it. And there's also like the I mean, Riot themselves have a bug bounty program that again, there's articles that allude to this, but there's that tries to encourage when vulnerabilities are found, that and some of them, like, the payouts can get pretty big. But yeah, we try to take that kind of thing seriously, if every anti-cheat does. I hope that's a good enough answer. There are some famous things where that happened, by the way. We're and from us, from the anti-cheat perspective, we would identify those drivers and actually in some cases prevent them from loading, because we knew that those had been compromised, and we would identify the cert associated with that driver and not allow it to load. And that was largely to make sure that somebody couldn't use that exploit to to operate at the kernel level. So yeah, we're familiar with it, and we tried to, everybody tries to do the due diligence to make sure it's not. It's like a #1 concern, since, well, it's become less of a priority as like more ways to check the integrity of services have been released by Windows, I guess I should say. But like it was like our primary concern when I've been developing anti-cheats in the past. One of our top 3 concerns.
Right on.
So just walk me through like
You have
what
no
does
idea how hard it is for me to
Yeah.
talk about anti-cheats, having made a few, and I can't talk about any of them.
Yeah. It's like, tell me about the movie that you can't tell me the plot, anybody who's in it, anything that goes on, where it takes place.
This is why it's difficult. That's why
Well,
everybody
okay.
you ask to do
So-
this says no, because they can't really do it.
If you can, generically, just walk me through like what is a normal day for an anti-cheat developer. If you're not in a management position, like what are you doing on a day-to-day basis, just generically?
I mean, it looks different at different studios. I don't think everybody does it exactly the same, but a lot of it, I mean, layer 1 is like intelligence. So like we have reports of players that are cheating. A lot of those times, like sometimes it's like specific accounts organized by the frequency of reports they've received, or a velocity of reports, like over time. Usually looking at these accounts like behaviorally to determine if they are cheating, and then you're A/B testing to see if like the existing anti-cheat solution is detecting that, like whatever they're using. And like this is if you're kind of on the ground floor. We have
Right.
so like once you get into the more mature anti-cheats, they usually have like an anomaly detection pipeline that can like bubble up cases for review. Sometimes those are accounts, and sometimes they're like reports that or like intelligence that has been gathered from the community, things that appear in unknown cheats for whatever reason, but like exploits that have been made available, and then you're just testing that against the existing anti-cheat to confirm that it's detected. And if it isn't, then you prioritize a new detection method based on, I mean, that's the basic loop, based on the severity of that exploit. But like just as often as a case actually fits into the carefully architected loop you have for review, there's one that like just gets escalated extracurricularly and gets prioritized way more than, whatever you considered the most relevant thing at the time. I think most product leads are pretty familiar with that process, but yeah. The CEO shows up and is like, hey, this is #1 now. It's like, you're right, it is. And it's like, it's some cheat you already detect, and it's just like some guy's kid is using it or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. That's kind of like, and then, like you go to lunch, and then you...
Get right on it, boss.
It's like, you're constantly modifying this thing. So like a lot of anti-cheats are less, they're probably not even the same product. If you look in 3-month slices, enough of the code base has changed that it's it's you could almost call it a new thing, but it's changing constantly. It has to. And so a lot of anti-cheats have kind of become less like a specific thing and more like a pipeline for delivering detections to clients running the games. And often they're updating like hourly, like they have to. That's kind of the nature.
So let's back out a little bit. Tell me, like, what do you think the role of, I would categorize what Vanguard does and BattlEye and, any of the easy anti-cheat. I'd categorize those as like software anti-cheats. I don't know what you would call them generically, but like,
you mean like, so I call them host ant. So
okay, so yeah,
it's anti-cheat running on the host that's running the game.
Sure. Okay. So they're host anti-cheat, software. So what role overall do you think these programs play in the fight against a cheater? Like, would you say it's a 50-50 between the developer and the anti-cheat, or do you say it's a 30-70? Where would you kind of like put
when you say developer, do you mean the engineers that are working on the anti-cheat?
So the developer of the game. So like obviously the game's going to have their own way of detecting people and banning them with reviews and other things. Like, where would you place the anti-cheat in that kind of algorithm?
Well, the responsibility that the game developers largely make sure the architecture can't be exploited. So, and when I say architecture, I mean the way the game and the server communicate, right? Some people refer to this as like server authority, but really what it means is that like if the client says something, the server has the final say on whether or not that particular thing was accurate. Like this sometimes shows up in like a player calling a game function and eventually that game client will say for example you're like let's use a silly example. You're like casting a spell in any MMO or something. Eventually, your client is going to compile a packet with some parameters that tell the server that your character casted that spell. But way before that, you're going to have a function that like kind of takes parameters from the user to eventually call like the network layer and send that to the server. A lot of a lot of cheating back in the day is just finding where that function is and then passing goofy parameters to it. Like say the first parameter was just like my player ID. What would happen if I tried to cast somebody else's spells? Well, it turns out that works, like right because the server doesn't bother to confirm that the person that the client that the traffic was received from was the player was the same player that casted the spell. Or you could cast spells that you didn't have, or just cast them off cooldown, right? Because there's no server validation for that request. So that's the game developers. That's what they're supposed to do, right? Prevent all exploits. And when I say exploits, some of them look like that, but some of them look a little bit different. Like maybe they actually, rather than calling the function, they get even lower. And then this is where you're kind of really screwed. When players can have understood enough of the game's like packet protocol to send compile requests to the server manually, because then you've got none of your client validation. It's all been stripped out, and they can just send requests like completely unvalidated by the client and audit your server. And what that's usually going to do is it's going to crash the server, but eventually they're going to find something. What that looks like varies. You can find videos of it occurring in games I've worked on, but yeah, eventually they find something and it ends up looking goofy. And anyway, so the game developers' responsibility is largely to make sure that like the architecture of the game and the client is secure. And once it is, and once the server is authoritative in most cases, and they've caught all the exceptions of bad parameters and bad, even not just like type that the types confirm, but like nobody can do anything like submit other ID, like the ID of another player or like spells they don't have. In my previous example, once all that's validated, then you have the second layer, right? That's where players start to aimbots.
Right.
League of Legends would call it scripting, but it's player automation. It's like automating the execution of specific things within the game, and that's where anti-cheat comes in, right? It's not like once you've created a game loop and you've secured that game loop, anti-cheat kind of sits on top of that to make sure that everybody that is playing is doing it legitimately.
So let me just so I can see if I'm following, so people in the audience can kind of keep up. So, like an example would be like in Tarkov, there was a lot of fly cheats where people were literally flying and exploiting the ability to break physics, or they were going underneath the ground and doing this like dolphin dive, right? And so that all got fixed, and I'm pretty sure it was probably all on the game developer side of things. And then there was this one where they found out that when you fall off of a elevated platform out of a window, you always land on like one leg, and you break one leg or one leg first. So they basically exploited this like memory algorithm or something where they were able to make the character get stuck in this like half animation with one leg down. They call it the stanky leg. And it turns out during the coding process, they figured out that like you can't die during that fall, like right at the moment of the fall, the way the game's programmed. So the cheat guys figured out that like, okay, if we force you to be in the stanky leg position, you can't take any damage unless it's to your legs. So it was their way of like preventing
I'm trying to figure out
damage.
how you end up into that. I mean, so I imagine like the game loop is like checking for that state, like kind of like outside of where it's, you know, making modifications to aid. So if you're in that state, it just skips a bunch of the remaining of the server. This is a guess.
Yeah.
So it's probably skipping a lot of the other server logic, and they just kind of figured that out.
And so following what you were saying, this is an example where it's like, you know, BattleEye is not going to help you here. You know, yeah, it's going to help like maybe prevent a software from being detected that's in the background that's sending these requests. But at some level, like that little exploit is kind of more on the game developer side, right? And then they have fixed it, right? They have fixed it since from what I understand. But, you know,
it is on the game developer, but that's not completely fair, right? Because that implies that every game studio has the resources to reproduce that cheat, right? If they don't have, if the game developers themselves don't have anti-cheat specialty, they're going to have to see something like that and guess, like I just did. Like finding a copy of the cheat and determining which functions it's explicitly using would be like, that would fall under the purview of an anti-cheat engineer, right? And one step back, you said BattleEye can't help at all. Well, anti-cheats can help. They could identify the software that they're using to do that, for example, because you can't do that in the client normally. So if the client's been manipulated, there's some like integrity stuff you can do to determine whether or not the file on disk is the one it's supposed to be. But cheaters don't really do that anymore. So you know, but they can detect that like something simple like a DLL has been loaded or something like that. And then they could make that particular piece of telemetry available to the developers so that like they know how to size the problem. Like 10 players are using this exploit, here they all are, or like things like that. So anti-cheat can help, but they can't fix it. And no, you should never rely on an anti-cheat for something to prevent something like that. All they can do is alert you when it's occurred and kind of point you in the right direction.
Right.
Is it common practice for anti-cheat development teams to go to the market and obtain like those pieces of software and then kind of like go through the reverse engineering process and be like, oh, so that's how they do it, and then okay. Because one of the questions that I got like most commonly when I was like asking, you know, community people like, what do you want to know, was well, why don't they just go and like buy the thing and then reverse engineer it? And I'm like, well, I don't. Maybe they do.
That can get tough, by the way, buying stuff. Some cheating communities, in an effort to not have that happen to them, because remember, this is a cat and mouse game forever. They force you to submit a driver's license with your Bitcoin payment, right? It can be really hard to acquire cheats from communities that are really, 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 really secular with user limits. Like some of the aimbots for CS and, you know, all the other first-person shooters, they're so like undetection is such a promise of their service that they protect themselves that way. It's going to be difficult to find where they even sell it. It's going to be harder to acquire a copy. There's going to be like, you know, you're going to have to get a new copy at a greater frequency. They're going to have anti-leak on it. Like even I'm going to have to pay for it seriously just to use it. Like they probably got better anti-leak than like, I don't know. I was going to use an example of a game, but they got anti-leak on the. It's difficult.
On a game out there.
On a game out there that I won't.
Like a popular video game, yeah.
Like something that you crack, right? But they got also anti-cheat engineers know how to make DRM, or just cheat engineers, or at least like they could probably make a decent one as long as it's only being attacked by a small subset of users. So it can be difficult to get a cheat, especially late in the game.
So I'll give you an example. As a user, I tried to use one that this guy I was shadowing, and they wanted like 2 forms of ID. They wanted a essay where you wrote it in English, and you had to explain like your history of cheating and like why you were cheating and all this kind of stuff. And they want an interview with voice and video.
Like I gotta know. Why do you want to cheat? Why do you want it?
It's easier to get your driver's license in the United States than it is to get a cheat. Like it's crazy. And on top of that,
application.
yeah, and then when you go to download it, you don't get the files. Like, they don't give you a file. There's nothing. You have to, it injects like in real time. Like, every time you load the game, it's downloading everything and doing it, and it's different every time. So it's not like there's just this file sitting out there. It's like, why don't you just load it up and see what's in there, you know? And they can cut you off, you know, at any time as well.
Yeah. And it's going to be even harder for even an anti-cheat engineer that does have a legitimate copy of that game to do the analysis necessary to determine what it's doing. Although, I mean, I've worked with some crazy kids in the past. I won't say any of them by name, but that would just be a Tuesday to them.
Yeah,
Like,
I think I know one of them.
yeah, you might.
Go ahead, one back. Like, you got anything? I've been jabbing too much.
So in that same vein, then you're talking about like things are incredibly hard to detect on the like, let's say, software detection or like maybe behaviorist side of things. And then obviously now with things like ChatGPT and learning algorithms and all this other statistical analysis, people keep right. I know people keep pushing things like Fair Fight as a retail example of a potential solution, where you start tracking statistics until the model that you've been working with eventually gets to the point where it feels like it's reliable enough to kind of take over and do the job. So my hope was that you could kind of comment to the effect of how well that has worked in your history and whether or not you see it like moving more towards statistical analyses. Because on our side of things, you know, in like the Tarkov world, we've always kind of looked at it like, well, there's a guy flying through the air. Like, how do you not track the coordinates and just knock this dude out?
Well,
right? And you know what I mean? So, and obviously we have no idea how it works on the other side of this. So that, like, shining light on that, I think would be a big help.
Yeah. So, you know, I've been like referring to things as layers, like like the layer where the game is secure. You're talking about people flying through the air. That should typically be resolved by server-sided checks to the player's position. I mean, even at the game's tick rate to confirm that they haven't moved faster than they should or that they're in a valid location. But okay, and then you have an anti-cheat, which can actually like explicitly detect things. This allows you to label the behaviors that you're seeing in game with the explicit, like, you know, with the evidence that somebody has cheated. And from that, you can start to craft like some anomaly detection on top of that can start to predict whether or not somebody would be cheating in a particular window based on the behaviors exhibited in there and where the model has been trained. Which, and it's often trained on a set that's generated from typical anti-cheat data, and so it has its place. It does, but and this is mostly mostly my experience. It's not like the end. It's not like the end all. Like, it's not like, and I know nobody will say AI is going to replace all, but it just isn't there yet. It's not even that it isn't there yet. It's that I doubt it'll ever be complete enough because cheaters adapt so quickly, and even the most noble of gestures still got to find a way to get the heuristics in a way that they can like productionize to every game, and every game looks different. So it starts to, like, a lot of them have in some cases taken shortcuts where they're exfiltrating like heuristic information off the player's machine directly and off to another thing that isn't necessarily the game server, which is super easy to attack. I mean, you know, it's like it's vulnerable to like replay attack. It's just difficult to get true behavioral information in a way that is like portable between games. But even if you're sitting on the server and you're in your game loop and you have sufficient audit telemetry to do, I don't want to give anything away explicitly, but let's say you're on the server and you do have like where every player is positioned, where they were looking, and in an effort to detect aimbots. That's still like players toggle them. It's really hard to know, like, even when you're labeling it on your own and getting it trained up, it's hard.
And there's
to
stuff
know.
where they don't just like aim at your head, like they have like a little bit of jitter and they'll hit you in the chest a couple of times. And
I do think that like it's getting better. And we were, in my past, we put a lot of points into that bucket and we were able to bubble up reports and things to review based on it. But then when you take action on a player, you still need to know. If I just went out and banned like who's the number one CSGO player right now? Does anybody know? I don't know. I don't play CSGO. But if I just went out and banned a pro player based on the results of a model and I didn't have proof, I don't know if that would fly. So like these things kind of work in tandem. Like you kind of need all pieces. You need a secure game, you need an anti-cheat, you need anomaly detection. And there's some like novel attempts at anomaly detection that are trying to solve some of those problems I was talking about, but like none of them are like completely there yet. They all require at the very least like anti-cheat developers willing to work with the inputs and outputs to tune them properly.
What do you
Which
think
is,
of the
again,
AI?
still necessitates anti-cheat. Go ahead.
The Waldo Vision AI stuff that's been floating around right now. What do you think of that?
I'm not optimistic. Well, it's because again, like I said, they got to find a way to. I mean, you're on the user's machine, right? Like, also, I also saw, and I've only seen a little bit on Waldo Vision, but even if you're looking at a spectator client, or you're locked to the frame rate you're locked to the updates that the server received, or if you're looking on a stream, you're looking at that information secondhand and only on the screen. And I've tried to do it and just for the credibility, I mean, I've tried to do this with player positions and with with the granularity necessary to actually not just from screen data, but knowing where the person was and not having to exfiltrate it from the screen, and like it's still not perfect. So there's gonna and when you're looking at let's say a spectator client, or you're looking at a replay that's 60 FPS and the server's running at 128 or whatever, you're gonna have like updates that kind of came asynchronously, and some of those things are gonna be difficult to train on. Like that player sent an update kind of out, like say they sent a positional update and then they sent another one, or like where they were looking, and I guess the best way to phrase it, they're looking in a particular direction, and then they're updating on their client as frequently as a human would, but then you see them snap because there was a network issue and they only got that update like the server only saw the direction, let's say half a second later. It's going to look like it snapped, and like it's going to be difficult to sort all that out. It's exceedingly difficult. It would be
That's
trivial
stuff that
to
we
say
would
that
see
AI is like here.
and replay files for like CS 1.6 way back in the day. That's stuff that you would see all the time. You'd swear somebody was cheating because they, like, between one frame and another frame, they would snap 30 degrees to the right and headshot somebody. And it's like, wow, they have to be hacking. But really, they just had like way more information than to their own eyes than we saw in the replay file.
You're kind of limited to whatever the server tick rate is too. Admittedly, a lot of servers are very fast now, but this even still, you're limited by how frequently the client is sending updates, which has network latency, and especially when you're only looking for aimbots, like where that player was pointed. And oftentimes when you're looking at the machine, you don't have the in-world. It's difficult when you're looking at just like if you're just looking at a replay or you're just looking at a recording. And I don't know where Waldo Vision is actually trying to position itself, because I've seen.
They seem to want everybody to submit recordings, like user recordings. Is what they're asking for, which
that's
is
where my skepticism comes from, because you're trying to world to screen everything in different resolutions and in different like across different resolutions across different games, and it's gonna honestly. I think it would be cheaper to just do anti-cheat, and that's a problem for like to just do like I say just do anti-cheat, but host anti-cheat is expensive. But getting something like that to work for all cheating, you can probably get like 30 to 50. I'm gonna throw numbers out, but you can probably get a percentage of cheaters, the obvious ones, but all the closet ones, you're just gonna need an anti-cheat for anyway. So like this product is providing. Like it's providing a supplement, but it's not the whole problem, right? And even when you go to train those models, you're gonna need an anti-cheat to label the cheaters at the granularity necessary to know when they were and weren't cheating. So like these products necessitate an anti-cheat anyway. I'm not saying they're useless, because they're not. I mean, I've used models to start with before we had an anti-cheat even. We're like, how many spells or whatever is somebody casting in some game? And you can use that to kind of get at, based on APM, where the highest risk users are. The problem becomes like delineating that from the pros. But anyway, behaviorally...
We've had our own share of those issues too. So like Dill Hero is a well-known streamer that it's statistically like in the upper like 1/10 of 1%. And he ended up catching a ban because of a clip that somebody submitted, believing them to cheat, and it wasn't that. It was just really bad like desync between clients on the server. But that combined with his stats got him manually banned for a day. You know?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of stuff.
Make those mistakes. Like
yeah.
If you're reviewing something specifically, I mean, I've also had models that have banned that like I was certain of in the training and test set, but they were missing like they're missing that sample of like the upper echelon of that particular game. And then when we go to action on, even though it's 100% accurate in my test set, I was missing coverage of some demo within the game that performed differently, and they were seen as an anomaly, and I've banned them. I've unbanned them within hours, but I've done it.
Yeah. So on that topic, there has been a lot of controversy, especially recently, but over the last few years in Tarkov community about false bans. And I know you don't need to speak on this specifically, but for a long time, the developers denied that there were false bans. But then as soon as a bunch of prominent streamers, there's been like probably half a dozen were banned, they were basically forced to admit it. And then at that point, it kind of opens up the floodgates, right? Well,
this is where anti-cheat kind of comes in. You have the ability to review a player's history in that anti-cheat. So you can, just to know, so even if you are operating completely behaviorally, like you need the evidence to know. But yeah, sorry, I did kind of cut you off there. Was there more to that thought?
Yeah, I guess I have a few questions related to that in particular. Like, what's the general attitude or philosophy in the anti-cheat community regarding like collateral damage, and like, is there a certain rate of false positives that are acceptable as long as the cheating is bad enough?
In an interview, you say none. No, no. I'll answer that. So, the answer is none. You don't want any. But inevitably, it happens, and it comes at you in unique ways, even if you try to anticipate it. People share accounts. There's one source of false you'll ban people that didn't even know it was them. That's actually probably the biggest case of false positives. And like, it wasn't me, it was my brother. How do I prove? Sometimes the burden of proof is on you if the account security isn't up to snuff. But other times it's just like the account took bad action, account is banned, right? Is that a false positive? So a lot of things. So when you say false ban, it's not always like a result of a false detection. Sometimes like the account itself wasn't it was accessed by different people. And I'll say you want none, but there is an acceptable amount where you're willing to carve out an allowed number of false positives per as a percentage, and 4 9s is typically where I draw the line, because that means that all the one through escalation you'll have, as long as your review team is of sufficient size, you can create a tiered system. And this is again at really mature studios. Not every developer is going to be able to do this, but
when you say 4 9s, you mean 99.9999%?
Yeah, one false positive for every 10,000 bans. Which is that's my personal that's where I allow a model to go out if it can achieve that kind of accuracy.
It's funny because from a player perspective, I'm okay with 5 to 10% of the player population maybe cheating a little bit here and there. That's from a player perspective, I'm I can deal with that. I just can't deal with half my raids,
Well, that's a percentage of bans going out.
Yeah, I know. No, but it's funny when you flip the tables, where our acceptability is so
that's
much.
Another thing. We don't need to action every cheater, right? Some cheaters just don't do a lot of damage. If you cheat and you suck, and this again is mostly at mature anti-cheat teams, you can start to prioritize bans to kind of control the speed at which you, I'm not going to ban every cheat I detect instantly, right? Because then they're just going to issue an update, and then I'm going to have to detect that cheat. So to slow that down, we kind of play this little, and most cheaters are kind of familiar with this, trying to figure out if you've actually been detected or if the behavioral model has detected you. And a lot of that is this kind of back and forth where we're trying to deliberately occlude who's been detected by only banning the ones that cheat well. And I'm not saying
Ragers.
And like you just said, as a player, you don't give a shit if they suck at it, because you actually don't. If they were a 20% win rate and the cheat puts them at 30%, we'll get them. They're detected, we'll ban them eventually. But the urgency of that ban is dramatically decreased. It wouldn't bother you, or it wouldn't bother a player as much. We'd notice that player would be reported less, or it would lose more. That kind of thing.
Yeah. From a player perspective, I would be okay if 5 to 10% of my Tarkov raids had a cheater in it, and if they were constricted to not being super blatant and raging. If they just were cheating, I don't like it. No one likes it, but I think that's a reasonable. This is we're in reality here. And I think most people don't realize that that's kind of the kind of goal in a game like Tarkov, the way it's built and the kind of game it is and how people love cheating in it and the whole, like the market around cheating is just insane in Tarkov. I mean, people are spending $50 on an account per week. They're spending $60 to $80 a week on cheats, and they're spending another $30 a week for a spoofer. I mean,
what a
like
cheater's willing
country
to do
clubs.
to cheat.
Yeah.
Like I could go golf at a really nice country club here near where I live, and it costs less. Like it's crazy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. One last. Oh no, go ahead.
No, please. They're just gonna make a joke. I've seen way more than that. I've seen cheats that cost $1,000. I've seen cheats that cost $1,000 per update. I mean, it's and it's not even financial hurdles like the ones you're talking about before, like show your driver's license, give us your social security number.
Damn, man.
Like
dudes with disposable income don't give a shit. This is crazy.
Well, it's like, I mean, I you know, we won't get too into the motive. Maybe we will later, but like once you've cheated, it's difficult to not cheat.
It's
Like,
an
that
addiction,
becomes
man.
the way you engage with the game. Because once you're banned, you're also kind of like severed from like the community you were in, right? And so like the next time you engage, why not just cheat? It's one of the reasons like bans got to be like prioritized because you know it's hard. It's really, really, really hard to reform a cheater. I mean, we know the explicit rate on that based on genre, and I can't share it. But it's really hard. When like I used to cheat, and I can't play first-person shooters without cheating. I can't because I can't aim. I never learned to do it. So like it's too
Dude, I mean, I've heard like, listen, I've been in like Discord chats.
Stay out of my raids, man.
And guys literally talk about guys literally talk about how like they're addicted. Like they'll even use the word. They'll just say it out. It's kind of like alcoholism or something. They can't go to a bar. They know like it's they know they sell.
Holy
you know.
shit.
One more thing on the motivation.
Like,
There's
like
some people-
cheater AA. What the fuck?
There's like a talk out there where some of the other Vanguard developers went on to like sell a company or two. Anyway, they talk about like the motivations of cheating. It was actually like it was like part of the psychology, and there's like a couple of reasons. Actually, it's like 4, I think they say, but one of them is like for money. The developers themselves, like they probably originally had an interest in it, but like have now kind of evolved into a place where it's like their livelihood. There's others that are cheating for like they want to be seen as competitive amongst their friends. It's for like the social standing of being good at something. But then there's like this third class, which is like some of the cheat developers themselves just do it to break stuff and like have, you know, like for the attention of it, for the renown. Like, look at me, I'm breaking stuff.
Yeah.
I was that third thing, to be clear. Like, I was the narcissistic cheater where it's like,
Yeah.
look at me, I'm breaking stuff. I'm the best, you know? And I
I
think,
outsmarted you, and yeah.
yeah, and I'm not. I mean, to be clear, I'm just like I was an idiot who found like the game had a PDB. I knew all it was, anyway, it was mostly for the attention of it. And then there's like a fourth class, which is like, I think they define it as like people doing it to get through grindier stuff. Like for them, it's like the automation of it is to like the economy of like
100 kills.
I ran into every one of those types of people in my video. I ran into people with like 0.5 KDs, which normal is like 1 to like 5, who were cheating. And they literally messaged me afterwards and said, listen, I just like, I run it every once in a while. I don't really kill that many people. I just want to get some stuff done. And then you have like the white hat people that are like, I'm here to like, I'm like this egotistical person that's here to save everybody. But it's crazy the amount of money that the developers bring in. I think some numbers are thrown around. People estimate that the ABS cheat that I used, that reseller was bringing in about $250K a month. So and just an announcement here.
I believe it. The number of people that were using it, I believe that.
Yeah, and they've been running undetected for 3 years. So like they had a credible product. They had a pipeline. They had tons of resellers. And the numbers like add up. Like I did the numbers. I saw the amount of stuff moving and stuff, and I think it's legit. Now, by the way, they did get shut down. Their servers got taken down. They switched to reselling a different product that got banned the day it went up. And then last week, Odin, the one that they switched to, got banned. So they're hurting. They also kicked me out of their Discord and stopped talking to me and banned me. We used to shit talk back and forth, and they stopped doing that last week.
It'll be up in 72 hours, though. Remember? Now it's 2 to 3 weeks. So yeah, they're gonna be on it though, bro. You don't worry. They're coming back with a vengeance. They swear.
Yeah.
It's hard to put an actual dent in like the profitability of a cheat without like having like what we'll talk about is like layer 4 or 5 in the layer analogy. But it's like eventually you have to like teams have to consider legal options. And it's not because you can't detect them or like you don't have the resources to, but it actually becomes cheaper to hire a lawyer to sue them. Like it eventually hits this jet fuel equation where it's like, okay, this person is now iterating, and like they might be in an area where that vector is tenable. But I will say it can be really profitable. It depends on like the player base of the game, the strength of the cheats, like how good the fix is. And Tarkov, it sounds pretty good. It sounds, I mean, like again, but they're kind of like in that weird phase where there's still a lot of exploits available. I've been there, is on both sides of the line of scrimmage, and it's difficult. But I mean, I don't know. I've seen people put up a lot. 250 is a lot. 250 a month. I've seen more, not much more, but that's a lot.
Yeah, yeah. And I think one of the things that was really selling it for that one is undetected for 3 years. So you're building this community and this player base over years. And I think one of the things, the reason it did so well is it was pretty much an ESP only cheat. So it's not doing anything. It didn't have detectable features. So there's no speed hacking. There was no, flying, and it didn't do anything to your aim. It wasn't an aimbot. So this thing just lasted so long. And I don't think they never detected it.
There's wireframes and radar. That's all it gave you.
Well, that's actually, that's the allure. I mean, like that stuff is also, like once you have that stuff, that's the hardest stuff to play without, seeing through walls. Like it's really hard because like the information of like talking about CS type game, first person shooters, it's like that's the whole point of the game at a certain point is the control of information. So it's like it is you just don't develop the skills, so you can't play without it. But anyway, trying to be undetected. The most expensive cheat I ever sold for guns was one that was like a humanized aimbot. And I like, it was one person who offered me 30, and I hope they're listening because this would be really funny. But they offered me $30,000, $30,000, and this is in 2008. And this was just because there were aimbots out there, but they wanted one explicitly that no one could see, like no one would know they were cheating.
And they wanted the only sub to it. They wanted to be the only one with it, right?
The only one with it.
And they're basically never going to get caught.
I made it auto upgrade. I went through the whole thing. And I mean, they never charged it. I mean, I had the payment, half now, half later. And they used it for like 2 years, I guess. I never followed it. But yeah, I mean, that's the allure of like being undetected. You can either sell, there's like those two markets. You can sell something that's undetected, or you can sell something that's like an exploit en masse for the joy of it. I mean,
I fucking love these stories, dude. This is awesome.
Like we thought I
made 30 grand. Fuck it.
So I gotta ask.
I hope the statute of limitations is up on that one. Yeah, it is. It is for sure. It's been a long time.
So I got this comment a bunch. Why do you hate Linux people?
I don't hate Linux people.
They seem to think that you hate Linux people. Like that's what I got this comment. 100 comments at least. Why do you hate us Linux people?
I don't. But like, I think I can't even really comment on this because some of this goes back, but I'll say my personal opinion. Like the user base from a product perspective, like where we would, because what I wanted to offer was a spot where there was no cheats. And I couldn't do that there are some stuff, this was my opinion at the time, but like the only way I could do that was, and you look at the amount of users that actually play from Linux, how engaged they are. And some of them are like hyper fixated, like they're really into like, they're like computing and they're like power users, but like it's such a small subsect of the game. And I know this is going to make it worse, but most of them know how to install Wine. Like most of them know how to dual boot. Like they can totally,
they could totally go and run it Windows and run it the way that it needs to be done.
Because I have to have a shot. Like there's no, if we have like back in the day, if we had a Linux client or we tried to like directly support that, we wouldn't be able to run the anti-cheat in that environment in the way we needed to confirm that players weren't cheating. Also, like it would like open a lot of doors to emulation and people manipulating the memory of the host instead of the memory of the virtual machine, and like we'd be running and we'd be virtualized. Like a lot of the ways to open the ability to run the anti-cheat on their preferred platform, which I guess is Wine in this case, would like allow other cheaters to emulate that path to manipulate the virtual machine, which is like something we just couldn't fight with. Well, at the time we couldn't compete with. Like it would be too difficult to do. So when you look at it and you're like 0.00001% of the user base prefers that you do in like all, and it opens up like an entire avenue of cheating. You're like, that just isn't worth it for like the vision we want to achieve with this game. But it's not that I hate Linux users, because I don't. Like, I mean, I don't use it anymore. I'm addicted to Windows. But like, yeah, I guess that's the best way to say it.
And in my, like, you know, I've never run a Linux machine, but my understanding is if you're running Linux on a computer, like you're not like a normal pleb. Like, you have some understanding of computers. There's a reason you're running Linux. There's got to be a way for gaming that you can figure that out, how to dual boot and get off Linux, you know, to go game or something, you know.
Is that why a lot of games will forbid the ability to launch the game inside of VMware?
Yup.
Because of that, specifically because of like cheat issues.
Well, yeah, it's at the base layer you can modify. You can have your cheat run outside. Like, okay, at the base you can have your cheat run on the host, and then just you know, you could have it screen read the virtual machine, and the anti-cheat's running in the virtual machine. It can see nothing that's occurring externally. You know, a kind of an analog is like if I pointed a webcam at my screen that was connected to a separate computer, right? You have no hope of seeing that if you're running, if you're running on the host. In this case, it's one layer even further deep. If you're in the virtual machine, that anti-cheat has no hope of determining what's going on the host, but it can, with some techniques, determine that it is in a virtual machine and disallow it.
I do remember a Tarkov ban wave like a year ago or something, where they like removed the ability to run virtual environments or something. And there were a lot of people who got caught up in that, but it was like, why are you running the game in a virtual machine? Like, I remember that was a few years ago.
Dark and Darker in the last playtest. The last playtest for Dark and Darker, they pulled that. And then people were like popping in chat like, why can't I run it in a virtual machine? I'm like, because you're cheating.
Is there any reason to run a game in a virtual environment? Like, I'm just trying to think of like one reason you would.
I mean, like if you're on Linux would be a good example.
Yeah,
like,
I guess, yeah.
Or if you're like spinning up a massive bot farm and you need a reason to run 20 instances of the game or something. But so no, there's not too many legitimate ones, and with the exception of the power users, which is why we're like 99% of the use case for virtual machines is subterfuge, bots, or cheats. So we just can't support it, and it's not like literally we can't afford to support it. It's not like it's actually a pretty easy case to make internally, but it's hard to tell somebody that like your platform of choice isn't the one we can support right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is a war. Yeah, there's a war going on here. We have to pick our battles, and it's just not smart to spend so much resources on something like Linux.
Also, they're making fun of me for talking about virtual machines, and I say I'm talking about anti-cheaters.
Yeah.
There's a massive community. So I'll point out that also if you're in the host, you can just modify the memory of the VM. You don't have to like screen read. That's one of the vulnerability is that. Sorry, I was reading the comments on the thread. Yeah, you
be careful in there.
You can just cheat by like if like exploits in Tarkov would be possible by modifying the physical memory of the virtual machine instead of like needing to do like anti-cheat in the like you don't need or like attaching to the game client or whatever. Anyway, yeah, cool.
Okay.
It makes cheating kind of trivial, and it kind of blinds the anti-cheat. That's the best way to say it at a high level.
Veritas, fire off. You got something. I know.
Well, I got.
I know. I'm not talking too much. I think
27 questions.
We could literally talk to you for 10 hours, but I'm trying to like. Okay, someone else ask a question.
All right, so to focus on something specific here, are things like replay systems or other crowdsourced solutions like CS:GO's Overwatch manual statistical analyses or like video clips submissions are any of those things ever acceptable for detecting cheaters and or manual banning? Like how much of that is
like somebody
acceptable or
sitting there
reliable?
watching a spectator client and choosing whether or not to ban somebody based on just watching?
Yeah, so like either watching clips, looking at stats, either individually like you're a developer or crowdsourced solutions like Overwatch where you have a bunch of people that say this is sus or this isn't sus. Like where's the threshold?
I think you can like use that to kind of direct like anomaly detection efforts, like having them kind of or like kind of using that to determine which players are worth looking at. But I don't think you can issue bans on that kind of thing alone. And I think that it's twofold. One is like the latency problem we were talking about before, where you don't know when you're looking at a replay, even if it's an in-client replay, how frequently that particular client was sending updates. And if you're looking at a recording, you don't even know the fidelity that was taken at. Like it's difficult to know. Although like Overwatch, if we're talking about the CS system, also kind of they like exposed character models to the walls, so you could kind of like determine whether or not it was likely that somebody did have vision. And that's kind of an interesting use case, because you're not relying on their performance data, you're relying on like their reactions to intelligence. That I think you can do, but for aimbots I don't think it's as applicable. It can definitely like help label aim events, like events like windows of aim vectors, to try to like determine whether or not you should look at a particular player based on like how frequently that occurs across like a time period. And I know I'm being kind of vague. I kind of have to be. I'm sorry, guys. But
I wonder how
it is
subjective.
possible. Yeah, go ahead.
I wonder how subjective that is, because like if you are completely ignorant to shooters and tactics, and you have like you never played them, or you have no game sense, it's kind of like the saying, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. The idea that you can watch someone, even in like Call of Duty kill cams, how you can see something and say that looks like cheats to me, and you can just be ignorant of the fact that that was a common spot, or they heard you and you don't have decent headphones, or your volume wasn't up loud enough, or whatever the thing is. Where's the threshold between where someone like Shroud playing competitively will peak out at just the right time because they know the map timings and things like that? Like,
I don't know the answer, and that's why I wouldn't trust other people to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like in those cases,
that's a problem in Tarkov.
If it's really obvious, like they're gonna get caught in a million other ways. Like someone who flies up in the middle of the air and goes pop 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 and kills everybody on the map. It's like, okay, like we don't need the replay for that. Yeah. We don't need the replay for that. It's the close edge cases where you have really good plays and it's close and people aren't sure. That's when the replays kind of fail and giving you concrete, evidence. The Dill Hero example,
right? Accusations,
right? Where like some pro players have been accused, right? And everybody's looking at some particular replay, and sometimes it's as small as 5 seconds, and it's like, look at this snap. Right, and it's like that's not healthy. That's not a healthy place to be in.
There was what Cypher PK like 3 months ago.
I mean, it isn't just it's every game. I mean, every game has had that happen.
And everybody, like when you have the skills that those guys have. I mean, like I'm 1% of the player of any of those guys, and I have in my 10,000 hours that's all on YouTube of me playing Tarkov. I have probably half a dozen examples that's like that are just lucky, that are unexplainable, other than I thought I heard something and I didn't, but I flicked and got the headshot, and it's like,
what if you were the only judged on that one frame? Like, also when those things are posted, you're only looking at one thing, not like the window isn't large enough to determine all the times they missed or whatever.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I take issue with like we don't not do it, to be clear. Like you do look at that stuff when you're trying to make a decision on whether or not you should look further. Like, is this what, like, is how many times, just like looking at how many times a particular account has been reported. Like, it gets it into the queue to open a case against it, but like, it doesn't necessarily like, it shouldn't result in an action alone. And I actually think, I don't think any team I've been on has ever like actioned off of only a replay.
Interesting.
So obviously,
unless like, okay, I should preface this. If it's a replay where they're flying around or whatever.
By the way, Dill Hero's in chat. By the way, I saw.
Hi, Dill. What up, buddy?
Yeah. So that's in a number of cases with notable streamers, and the only reason why I bring up streamers is not because they're special, but because what they do is they shed light on the fact that these things exist. Because when a normal person gets banned, if they get false banned, if they have no way to defend themselves. But when a streamer gets banned while they're cheating, and you can see that somebody submitted on the forums at 1 p.m. a clip that was like totally netcode, they teleported and killed the person, and then they, from their perspective, they just run through the door and shot the guy, and then they find out that he was reported and banned an hour later. It's kind of impossible to deny that it was very likely a manual ban.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Well, you're also talking about a scenario where like it sounds like the server is not like these replays are not server sided replays that were like
not even replays, like
there
a
are none.
clip, a recorded
clip.
clip.
I haven't
from
played
Twitch
Tarkov.
or yeah.
But yeah, that's
somebody
why I
pull a
wouldn't
Twitch clip
rely
or
on
like a
them.
local clip from their own host computer.
Sure. Oh, good point. Okay, so
Of them dying or whatever.
these are different local. Also, these are these are like competing versions of reality. I would really be reluctant to use local clips. And I'm also not that into using like spectator replays either. We do use them to like kind of direct efforts, but it's hard to use them reliably, especially if a game's not server. Like you don't have a base truth for like events that have occurred, which in this case, because the server lacks authority on.
So I guess my question would be is in the toolkit of people trying to, I don't know, assist with getting, cheaters rooted out or whatever, is the idea of having a replay system, because like either games are saying they're adding them or they're saying that they're going to be, or they added them because of like community pressure or whatever. Like, are they useful for this, or is it more of like a tool to like try to suss out, at least on the observers level, whether or not they should report somebody because, oh, that wasn't actually like somebody cheating, I was just positionally in a crappy spot?
They're not. I mean, I don't personally see a lot of like to anti-cheat, assuming that you've got the layers. They don't add that much value. But this assumes that you've been investing in an anti-cheat for years. Like there are some things you could do by just having that granularity logged server side, and I'm talking about in the event that the server is authoritative and you do know where every person was at all times, like having this shunted into like an observer system can kind of allow for like, I could download a replay and extract the information from it, right?
Yeah, demo files, sure.
Right, and that would make it easier for me to do like types of behavioral anti-cheat analysis. But if you have the other forms of if you have the other layers, it would not be my highest priority. I'm not saying, also, there's like thousands of reasons to want replays. I'm just saying anti-cheat wouldn't be that high in there. I'm not pushing for them on my teams.
And I used to be around to it, I used to be a big proponent. I wanted a replay because I think in a game like Tarkov, one of the things that is different about it is, there's not like a clear objective. There's not like an A and B site like in Valorant or Counter-Strike. And it's like very like open world. You have a lot of dead time. You might not run into anyone for 10 or 20 minutes. And my reasoning for a replay at this point is not necessarily to catch cheaters. It's to force cheaters to play more like real players, which would make cheaters, the impact that they would have on your raid would be a little less. They would be forced to know that someone could watch this VOD. I can't just like sit there and like track this guy through a wall for like 20 minutes and do this and then shoot him, and there's no evidence of me tracking him, like, but I have backed away from that position over the last couple months, after talking to people like you and others. But I guess going kind of back into the game development side of things, how do you rate the importance of thinking of anti-cheat in mind when you're creating a game?
I'm gonna be biased as hell.
Well, this is. I mean, I want to hear like what are the pros and
teams you hire. I think if you wanted a special, because it's really hard to get stuff off the shelf to address this in post. Like it's really hard. So like if you haven't been thinking about it the whole time, you're gonna just get caught with like the bag. You're just gonna be caught with your pants down. It's oh no, and it like so. And I'm not saying like we found like thousands of ways to not build anti-cheat. It was like a very iterative thing, but we got a head start, right? So we figured out all the ways to not do it. So yeah, getting a head start helps. And yeah, especially it does depend a little bit on the genre. Like if you're going to get into the first person shooter game, playing against one egregious aimbotter is rough. Like it pretty much every other person you see immediately after that, you're going to doubt whether or not a particular headshot or an event was legitimate. It just it can tank player engagement to a degree that isn't seen in other genres. That's one of the reasons that like we went as hard as we did when I was working on Valorant.
Yeah. Go ahead, guys. I don't want to.
Oh, I'll say one thing because I don't know how you guys, by the way, engage in chats and also read. Like,
we don't. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. No, I'm just kidding.
Like you just have ADHD.
If they don't
like
give
a
us
motherfucker like me, man.
If they don't give us money, we just ignore them.
Well, I'm gonna reply to one comment.
Don't
where
wall, bitches.
Somebody pointing out the value of a replay system in training like AI, and I think I did briefly touch on that. And it's like you can use it to start to carve out anomaly detection with by supervising, because even if you assume that the number of events you get wrong is kind of ironed out in the aggregate, but like even then you can train those things faster with like explicit anti-cheat. But still, it can be useful in that use case. And I think I also highlighted like when the ESP is rendered, you can kind of make a determination on whether or not there was information present that you didn't know about, or that the player shouldn't have known about. That can be kind of left up. That might be even better for humans to determine than a model to determine, because you might learn something but make no behavioral indication within the game that you know it until like 5 minutes later when you like shoot somebody you shouldn't have known was there. Anyway, cool.
I got a question about if there's a push in the anti-cheat industry, or at least discussions, or if this has been totally thrown to the side, the idea of like getting into the identity management business, which touches on a couple of different things. I mean, you have like biometrics and whatever, but then you also have like submit your social security number and your license.
Yeah.
Then there's email and SMS validation, or entrusted servers. Where does all that fit in? And people just say, oh, why don't they just make it so that you gotta do two-factor authentication with your phone? As if you can't just get Google phone numbers infinitely.
The VoIP game's hard. Yeah, I mean, a lot. I mean, I do. That is definitely like, I'm gonna use the layer analogy again, but that's pretty much where you end up. Once you can detect cheats, you gotta start determining the trust of any person connected to the game, any client. Let's call them clients. So like there's tons of ways that people and nations have approached to doing that. Some developers in some regions can ask that you submit your social security number and can use that to ban you from the game, and those regions benefit from that. It's not the case in every region. And then there's also like when you get into identity management, you start to get into whether or not you can trust the host. This is where I'll briefly like allude to some of the stuff, but it's like where you can it's like why Vanguard, for example, requires that if you have a TPM module and you're on Windows 11, you have it enabled. A lot of this stuff is so like we can start to determine whether or not we can trust a connected client. Because like imagine a heat score that like slowly increases based. Okay, Windows was installed yesterday. It's Windows 7 for some reason. It's all the hardware appeared in the system for the first time 3 seconds ago. That thing has a ton of risk associated with it, right? I might let it play, but there's no reason I should let it join ranked, right? So you start to get in this trust game to kind of increase.
It's gotta be a VM, right?
That's what I would. Well, if it's running Vanguard, it's not. But like, right. But so we start to enforce specific requirements on the hosts so that we can both ensure that like they haven't been tampered with in a way that would make it, easy for a cheat to load, but also so that we can determine like that this user hasn't cheated before, especially in a free-to-play game like Valorant or like, but I'm not saying just in free-to-play games too, because like we've already established, cheaters are more than willing to buy another copy of a game. So like you got to think of these things as barriers, and like you got to put as many of them up as you can so that your anti-cheat team stands a chance to reply to the cheats that make it over it. Think of it like a throttle.
Yeah, you can spoof your email, you can spoof a phone number, you can spoof your hardware ID, you can spoof your IP address, you can spoof your operating system, you could spoof I mean, there's just so many. There's just so many ways to
but
get
each
around
one of those
all
is
these
another thing
things.
you have to do to cheat again. And I'll take every single one of those every time, because it's slow. Even the most determined cheaters, like say like they have, especially when you get in. And I admittedly, it's rough. Like games have to be really into the anti-cheat stuff to start getting into this game. I mean, few studios are starting to play it, but like AAA studios have the budgets to do it. But you can start to gate access to game features based on the state's like the trust of that session. Like if you don't have a verified phone number, for example, you can't play ranked or whatever. Different things like that. And I guess the last thing you were talking about, hardware fingerprinting and stuff. A lot of that stuff, like that's where like attestation comes in, and like you'll probably start to see products of this shape like start to come out more and more as like the hardware that's necessary to do it, like the the penetration in the market is there. Like we can start to accurately determine with limited subterfuge the fingerprint of a particular device, and then you can slowly create a network of like trusted machines and untrusted machines, and it makes it like then the cost to re-enter a game is buying a new piece of hardware.
Yeah. So someone in chat asked, like, why can't you just create a new operating system? And that's essentially what consoles do, right? They create their own operating systems with their proprietary hardware, and that's why isn't that kind of why like Xbox or PlayStation is so much more difficult to do a cheat in that environment, because they force this
Lockdown
hardware
as hell, right?
attestation, and you can't run
Frozen,
Linux,
huh?
and you can't run virtual machines, and you can't do all this other stuff. They've got it locked down. You know, is that true? Or is that a good way of thinking of it?
I mean, they do like a lot of the hacking that goes on consoles is at the hardware level, right? Because it's
Cronus Zen.
And
you don't have access to the software unless it's got like a thumb drive port, you know, and like.
Yep. So, well, yeah, and then it's they have they can do like they have proprietary device IDs and stuff like that. But the thing that's been like made available on Windows is like is the trusted platform and like in hardware attestation based on it, which is impossible to spoof. Even through reinstallations of the operating system, even you can change all the hardware you want, right? But we know that CPU is the one that we banned before. So you have to buy a new one. And that's like, and I'm not even for turning the PC into a console, but I am for like for the environments you want to play games in. For the most competitive ones, we should be able to secure them, and that could just be like could just be like the copy of Windows 11 you use for games, and you can have like your hack box or whatever for like extracurricular activities. But the one you play the game with, we need to be able to enforce the integrity.
And what do you think about trusted lobbies? Like people say, fine, I don't want to do any of this. I don't want to turn TPM on. I don't want to have like secure boot and all this kind of stuff. And I want to run on Linux. Like, why not allow people to have a split lobby where they go and they have that playground, and then the people that want to be in the trusted lobby and want that high level security?
I genuinely believe that's where it'll go. You'll opt in to a more, and you'll be surprised. Like a lot of players probably would. Oh, this area has no cheats in it. That's the one I think I'll head into that one. And obviously, like it's not like we're not going to secure the game developers wouldn't try to secure other modes, but I do think it's going to be opt-in trust measures that like you can even see this like a long time ago with ESA. They would require that you like verify yourself to gain access to certain competitive modes. I think we're going to see more of that. It's just
that's iRacing. In order to race in iRacing, you have to provide them a credit card with your real name in it.
Wow.
And your username for iRacing is your first and last name.
Whoa.
And I
Okay,
guess
the company I want to exist.
That's
if I
it.
had $1 billion, I would start today. And there's issues, so it wouldn't work. But if I could sit down and have an interview with one of these identity management security specialist companies, show them my license, interview them to say that it's me, and have them like lock my account, and all that is like a service like PayPal, where other people integrate it, and all you get when you pay through PayPal is a token. You don't get as the company who's selling the thing, you don't get the credit card information. You don't want the credit card information. I don't need their name or their address or the credit card information. Let PayPal deal with that. If I could handle the validation, it'd be amazing. The only problem there is
well, you take the burden of fraud. I think is I don't know if that's what you're gonna say.
If you get phished and someone steals your account and then logs in and cheats, if this company, like if Call of Duty and Overwatch and CS:GO and Battle State Games and Valorant all implement this whole thing, right? They use this service to where they get this trusted additional layer. You're then screwed from all the games because you didn't have a strong enough password on one email, right? So that's like the biggest flaw with that. But I would be willing to have a 20-minute interview and to give my license and everything over to any company. They all have my shit anyway. All the companies have all my information.
And some kind of blockchain thing, could probably.
I want to get something from it.
I think you'll see a lot of competitors if that were that. Like a lot of. Also, when you talk about transactions, like doing your credit, like there's going to be chargebacks, there's going to be account takeovers. It's going to be like if somebody were to gain access to a game under your user that was you'd be deny listed from everything, like you're saying. But also like transactions, like if somebody used one of your credit cards, that centralized entity you're describing would be responsible for. And I don't think like any one entity is going to want to inherit all that risk. I think is part of the problem. But that's just a guess, because like we don't see a lot of that today. But maybe in the future, maybe. We'll see.
I mean, if you guys, I mean, I can go for days. You know,
I gotta one peg. Say something. I've been talking.
I'm all yours for at least 45 more minutes.
And I can't transfer this.
Veritas is a good guitar player, but can't sing for shit. Well, you told me to say
Sorry to hear
something.
I can sing pretty well, but I'm actually pretty bad at the guitar. I don't know if that helps. Maybe we should get together sometime. That's all I'm saying.
You guys should guitar with desync and just prove the point. You know that it doesn't work. You know, the timing just isn't right.
Yeah, you should play Rocksmith and tell me that you can't play guitar with desync.
I've never played
faster.
Rocksmith. I don't want to. I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. No, it's not.
Do you
if they had any songs?
I do have a question. Do you have? I mean, maybe you don't have like obviously no specific examples, but have you worked on like relatively popular games that had a cheating issue, and then through implementation of X, Y, and Z, you saw the cheating populations drop like drastically, and stay that way? Or did you find? I mean, obviously it's a constant back and forth battle.
Feature ended all cheating.
I want to know if there's a hope for Tarkov. Is what?
Yeah. Like I'm looking at it like let's say Tarkov's player base, like
I don't think
8 to 10% of those people cheat, right? Like obviously the idea is to try and like whittle that number down. It might be a constant battle, but you see the trend line decrease through whatever modes, whatever in your history. Have you had those instances occur with games that you've worked in or on where you've seen that happen and continue that trend line to something more manageable?
I mean,
or has it remained relatively consistent regardless of effort?
I mean, I've seen I mean, there is a couple of key moments where like technology like took a quick leap that prevented a lot of cheats or bots or whatever. A lot of that might be applicable to Tarkov, but I don't want to say for certain that it's like in the beginning in the Bronze Ages, or when you're just getting started, like when you don't have the internal anti-cheat, all the tools, everything you need, and this stuff takes a long time to build, and everybody in the community is like. It takes a lot of passionate people. That's one thing we haven't talked about. Like anti-cheat teams are like full-time grind dragons. Like they have to be by nature. Like it requires like this constant iterative effort that never goes away. And like it's tough. It wouldn't even be possible if they weren't as committed as the cheaters are. Like there isn't like
for every dozen developers, you've got 1,000.
Yeah, you're outnumbered, and they ain't got bedtimes, and I got a bedtime. I gotta be in bed. My wife will get mad at me. You know what I mean? Like they're like cheating in a basement somewhere. They don't got nowhere to be. So like I'm up against like they got more resources. Well, they got more time. So we got to be smart about it. But anyway, there's a couple of key things. Like one is making sure the server has authority, which is a big ask, by the way. It sounds so simple. Just make sure the server is authoritative. But this requires like a lot of checks to everything that's coming from a client. It takes forever to carve all that out. And then there's like a second thing, which is like the network layer. We talked about that before. But once you're making a lot of if your network layer isn't locked down, I don't know if Tarkov is or isn't, but a lot of that is like where they audit for exploits. They basically they're auditing what the server will take as parameters to any function. And it gives them like a direct endpoint into finding exploits. And it does sound like that might be the case in Tarkov based on what I'm hearing. But I'm just guessing. So that would help. And then but that's like you need that stuff for anti-cheat to really do its best work, and like they got the work cut out for them. Like it's tough to to even get there. By the way, like you make a game, you don't even know if it's gonna be. Oh no, the game's big. I guess we got to go back and fix everything because like we were on a tight timeline. Like games come out and like they don't get the advantage like. If you're a studio that's making their second or third game, sometimes you got enough resources, you're given time, you can go into R&D and go security first mindset. But a lot of like games that get popular, they didn't have that luxury is the best way to say it.
Yeah, that's what Tarkov is. It was a small, inexperienced team that had basically only made browser games before that, and then the game blew up, and now they've got at this point 7 years of tech debt that it's going to be nearly impossible to do a lot of the stuff you're talking about.
It's not
at least.
impossible. It's a lot. It is like you're
What-
playing from behind and
Yeah.
it's tough.
Well, like my goal in drawing a lot of attention to this is to make anti-cheat sexy. You know, because before, like, 5 years
I'm not
ago,
doing a good job. Like,
yeah,
I'm not
I know, right? Somebody in chat seems to like you. I read a comment just a minute ago.
Dude, people in my chat are calling you the Rizzler in here, so I don't know what the hell.
He's got some Riz. Yeah,
too
but
old to
we
know
need
what
we
any of
need.
you guys are talking
I
about,
want
but-
Someone literally just wrote, "He's so pretty."
we need anti-cheat to have some Riz. Like I think, because I think people, first of all, they simplify it in their mind. They don't realize, okay, so I've talked to one of somebody that I'll put it that way, and he's just like what you said. We message each other like every 4 hours. He's always in something.
I know exactly who it is.
I'll send him a message and be like, dude, I heard this, and he's like, blah blah blah. He's got all these freaking threads and screenshots he's sending me and stuff, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, dude, you're crazy. Like he is. There is so much work going on, and I learned that I was like, man, people just don't know this. People need to see this, like how much work is going on.
I think that's all that all that's in it for me and showing up, because there's like. You notice like a lot of professionals don't. It's because it does need to remain secretive. A lot of the techniques, it's difficult to talk. It's difficult to say what you can and can't say. But like a lot of AAA studios have teams that are huge that are devoted to this problem, and even smaller studios. And I mean, I'm just gonna shill for the grind again. I was on it for like a long time, and they're out there. I mean, I don't know how to make it sexy, but they're working as
but
at least as hard as the cheaters are.
And I think if people realize the work that goes into it, the game studios can kind of bring it into the capitalistic world. Okay, so like, how do I as a consumer value a trusted lobby? Should I pay $10 a month? If I'm like, hell, dude, they hired 9 people. They're doing all this stuff. They're checking my games. They're checking, the files. They're updating their stuff. They're expanding their budget on this. I need to be able to go like, yeah, it is worth that. I am going to pay for that. A game that announces that they're going to try to fix this, it's money,
I mean, it is money. And also, we never talked about this before, but anti-cheat is an expensive game that doesn't outright generate revenue, right? You don't know how like if I spend $15 million on an anti-cheat, how much do I get back? And you might not get any. What if the game isn't even popular, right? Like you just blew money, so it's hard.
Yeah.
Harder
it's
to
a
say,
running
like,
expense.
And
It's
I
just
will
always
say,
going,
I was lucky enough to work with developers that were like, whatever it takes. Like this is the one. So like, that's but other people, like I said, other game studios don't have it luxury. They can't just be like, spend everything. No idea you have is too big. Go nuts.
Yeah,
right?
and one of the problems with Tarkov is they don't have reoccurring payments. So you buy the game, and then you just burn cash. You just burn cash.
Well.
So if you buy the $50 version or the $150 version, at some point you are costing the company money by playing the game to keep the servers on, to keep everything running. And so the only solution is to sell more accounts. So like if Tarkov one day said, you know what, we're going to add and I don't know if this is the right thing to do. I'm just saying, if they add some kind of payment thing, or they add some ability to buy cosmetics or something, like, and they're like, "Fuck, dude, you guys want more quality? You guys want us to fix this?" Like,
cosmetic in the game, it's just like a cheat detected jacket, and 100% of proceeds go towards
Just like the back of the jacket just is like AC rules or something.
yeah, but. It's like it is like a cheat shield that you're able to carry around. That all I'm saying is that, like, people need to understand from a consumer standpoint, like, what goes into it, because they have no way of rationalizing, like, if the game company is doing a good job or whatever, or how they should kind of fund it and view it. And I don't know if Battle State is, I don't know their financials. They don't really talk about that stuff. They're not a publicly traded company or anything. They don't have to release their quarter earnings and all that. But I imagine it's burning a freaking hole in their pocket trying to solve this. And this is the future. I mean, games are going to struggle with this, especially the more hardcore and more complicated they get.
It's also hard to know, like, I'll say that they're like shelf products that are meant to address anti-cheat. I think you said one before, like AnyBrain or whatever. But to get the most out of products like that are like supplements, you still need anti-cheat engineers to be able to A/B test them, to confirm their accuracy, to find the cases that, like, there are false positives or false negatives, and sort out, like, they still require, like, sanitization to utilize them. So like, there's nothing you can buy that's just like cheating's gone. That doesn't exist yet. I hope maybe one day somebody much smarter than me will invent like Skynet that accurately determines whether or not anybody's cheating at all times. But it doesn't exist. So it's a massive investment. And so yeah, if the financials aren't there, like some product lead somewhere's going to have difficulty signing the check, because it's like it's a protection of long-term value of players. And if Tarkov's monetization value, if there isn't microtransactions, I think given how big of a cash cow those types of monetization models can become, I think it would be difficult to fund a fully fledged anti-cheat effort. I threw out a number earlier, but like anti-cheats are expensive. They're expensive.
I've seen some numbers. I've seen some numbers, and they were a lot bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
And I'm sure all that stuff is like, I'm sure BattleEye doesn't discuss publicly what they charge any individual company and all that. It's all very private, hush hush. But it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money from what I saw.
I mean, I think even that would dwarf in comparison to an internal anti-cheat effort, which is extremely expensive.
Yeah, because you're like, yeah.
Most of the infrastructure you have to develop yourself, which is there's very few pieces of it you can buy.
Well, that's what they had before BattleEye. They had their own homegrown thing that just was insufficient.
Yeah,
they just don't have the expertise.
Yeah,
I don't know if it is. I bet you, like almost every anti-cheater knows what to do. Like they vaguely can be like, okay, we need. But what ends up happening is constraints. Like you don't get to go. I'm just trying to give credit where credit is due. A lot of them grind, and like the constraints placed on them limit what they're able to do, and a lot of the constraints are like come at you in weird ways. Like I worked with game leadership that was super willing to like I could be like, we're no longer supporting Windows Vista, and they'd be like, how many like what's the percentage of players? And I'd be like 1, and they're like, good riddance. And I'm kidding. Obviously we did analysis to determine like the tenability of upgrading, like based on the region, but they were willing to take the risks, right? Other anti-cheat developers, probably even the ones working on Tarkov, are like surprisingly limited in what they're able to do, but they probably know what to do. It's just like the business cases end up being honestly the last 5 years of my career have mostly been trying to create business cases for like hardware attestation and minimum operating system requirements, like just proving that these things are not worth it and that players will opt in, like proving on paper that players will opt into a more competitive experience.
And I find Tarkov to be one of the most hardcore like FPS shooters that's ever existed. The performance on the game requires the latest hardware to even get like 60 frames. And the idea that in this environment you couldn't get people to run, like a processor made after like 2014 or something, it's like, come on. Like, I mean, this is the one case where I think you could be more brutal with some of those standards.
But actually, like I said, I haven't played Tarkov, but I agree that like for competitive games, I personally as a player would opt in to like the highest competitive standard. I think a lot of highly competitive players would, and maybe that's one of the reasons like these conversations are worth like having finally. I mean, we've been silent for years. There's publishing beats where we've tried to be a little louder, but like. It's coming to be like if the players themselves can like we need this stuff, do this stuff, like that would make my job 2 years ago easier.
And it's one of the things, if I say it, people are like, okay, cool, that's great, man, that's great, go GOAT, you're awesome. But hearing somebody who is in the top of their field say these things matters more. It matters more, and that's why we're doing this. But
on a technical level, I'm middle of the pack. I swear to God. I'm just I'm a better orator, and I have nicer hair. Like that's about the only thing.
But for like from a developer standpoint, I would say,
I've been around a minute. Sure. Honestly, so you're asking what they need to do. They need resources. That's probably what they need.
Yeah.
I mean, I can kind of point at a few techniques they need to implement at a bare minimum, which they're probably already prioritizing. I bet you. But like,
send an email.
No, but like, I bet you it's a resource problem, and like, they're like not willing to take risks in this area, and I think like it's clear. I don't think it's a mystery to Tarkov that cheating's like a problem for them. They probably have us think every morning.
No, I'm pretty sure they know after Goat's video got like 2.5 million views. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they know it's a problem now.
So speaking of cheaters and some of the downsides of cheating from a personal standpoint, I got boot nuked. And so
All I have to say about
can
that.
you tell me some stories? What are some of the dangers of fucking around with some of this malware? Essentially, that you're intentionally you've got to have some war stories.
Oh, I do. I just can't talk about any of them.
I mean, give me hypotheticals or just things that maybe you haven't been involved in.
I mean, yeah, we've lost host. I mean, that person we were talking about before, which I assume everybody knows now, is the beloved gamer doc. I
didn't say
he's
it.
probably. I mean, he's tenacious, right? And he works for every community, not just not just the most popular games, but he's all over the place, and he's got to have a suite of computers at his disposal to test and dump all these cheats. And I mean, he's probably lost more devices than you and I combined. Not just because like the developers determined it was him and did it deliberately, but also like the modifications you have to make to your system to run them aren't super stable sometimes. But yeah, there's that has happened to a lot of. I've had stuff happen where like, God, nope. Can't talk about it. I'm sorry.
But is it? I mean, if you had to rate it on like a safe or not safe scale,
man,
it's super.
Here's the
Dude,
thing.
like,
Here's the thing.
You're basically hopping on some guy's botnet. You're caving portions of your operating system so that like their software can run at an escalated tier. And like in the cheater's mind, it's like anything to cheat. But like they have everything at that point. I've definitely seen. Like when I was in the cheating community, we would have like user databases where we were exfiltrating everything we could off of it. And I was actually against this, but like they would just exfiltrate all the player information they could when the cheat was running. And this was in user mode. Now players are like I said, corrupting portions of Windows signing verifications to load some guy's service so that they can just like allow him to take and they do, him or her, they take control of control, but they have unrestricted access to everything.
I heard a story where
lawyers or borders or like a boss that's telling them not to fuck up. They don't have any of that stuff. Quality control. They don't have a pipeline for confirming that their cheat works. They don't have like a massive like build pipeline for their product, like to the same like that an anti-cheat might have, and they're trying to do the same techniques.
They have pin-up aggression and hate, basically, and vengeance too. So, like, I've heard stories. This is stories that I've heard where you take them down and they just brick like every computer that was running the cheat. I've heard things like that. I know that like the way that they got into my system was using the hardware driver protocol or something exploit, and that's how they were able to get to my hard drives. And it was only my M.3 or my M.2.0s. My other hard drives were fine, and I got all three of them in one night and one day. I was like, that's odd. Like, and it was while I was live in Discord too, so that they could watch me go down. So they were not happy with me. And I had all these security people contact me telling me, dude, take your motherboard out of your computer, take everything, lock your network down. And like, of course I've done, I'm not going to talk about what I've done on my front, but I've done a lot of things lately. But they're vengeful too,
This is the stuff that like everybody wants to talk about how profitable cheating is or how profitable cheat development is. I wish more people would talk about how much at risk you're putting yourself and your network when you install the cheats.
I mean, I don't think anybody's surprised to find that cheat developers don't have your best interests at heart. Like, I don't think.
I mean, I don't think that many people actually think about it. They don't think that they have no. It's like when you go to buy meth. And you get, and the guy just takes your money and then doesn't give you the meth. You don't get to go to the cops.
That's called an exit scam. That's one of my favorite. You just like drum up. This was great, by the way. If you got a bit of a reputation, you can release vaporware for cheats. Just one more. You can go have one more go at it. Be like, updates coming, guys. Just keep your subscriptions active.
Yeah, and that's the thing. How many people will say
come back under a new username? It's all anonymous. Who cares?
Yeah, this is undetectable. We've never been detected, even though everybody on the forums was just said, hey, we just got banned for this super expensive cheat, and now you're gonna have a sale on the cheat. Like,
you can't
you're
right
putting
now
yourself at risk when you cheat, and that's something that more people need to fucking know is how much at risk you are. That will do more for anti-cheating than a lot of
than
the
getting your
things that we're
account
talking
banned.
about.
Than just getting your account banned.
We're talking about opting into more secure environments. I mean, cheaters are opting out of that deliberately. That's kind of the crux of the argument. Like they're opting into less secure and corrupting those even to load some cheats driver. Like that. I mean, one like say for example, you turn off secure boot, you're vulnerable to bootkits. You're loading some guys you're loading someone else's drive. They might be loading a valid driver, doing the old this one has a valid cert so that I can. But they're probably not. They're probably disabling cert signing so they can load any driver, which means anything can load any driver.
And they're already morally questionable.
And they ask for your 2 forms of ID and your social security number, and they have your credit card information probably on file.
So
they know your
where you
name,
live.
and they know, they're gonna they could blackmail you. They could do all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they could sell all your information to a third party for money.
That's how that one dude FOV got found. The guy said he told him he needed to pay him if he was going to keep it from hitting public whatever, and the dude didn't pay him, so then he got buried, and all of a sudden he stopped streaming because he paid to get kills. And
Yeah.
the dude,
was that confirmed? I never.
Yeah,
followed
the
that.
guy that took the money from him basically was like, yeah, he wouldn't pay me to keep quiet, so.
Wow. Yeah, and you
I mean,
have
there's a lot
the
of-
login details, everything.
I mean, you wouldn't be surprised to find that most cheaters that are operating at scale collect user information to try to determine if those players, or especially if they're selling something that's undetected, they want to know who the players are that are in their ecosystem, is to give them a chance at identifying whether or not it's an anti-cheat developer. So the stuff they're collecting would probably surprise you. It's in a lot of cases, it's a lot of data, and a lot of it in very poor formats. I just have to say, as a data scientist, the text formats the flat file formats that anti-cheat or cheaters create to ship data back to themselves is appalling. They're
Look
not
at the UI of the cheats. It makes me want to puke.
Yeah, you guys.
Dude.
Suck. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
That last one that they were pushing out to replace ABS is replacing the first one that got caught, the replacement one. I was like, this is the
website.
Dude, that was the most sus piece of software just from the launcher alone. I was like, you guys are just taking your entire lives in your own hands, using that shit.
On that website, you're gonna get pop-ups that are gonna say Windows support has detected a thing. Your computer's locked down.
And then dudes are like, oh, you're just propagating cheat software. You're advertising for them. I'm like, bro, if you install that, you deserve everything you get.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to ABS website right now and buy the one that's been shut down for 2 or 3 weeks, and they'll take your money and they will not give it back to you unless you do a chargeback or something. I talked to the reseller when stuff went down. I said, "Are you gonna refund everybody?" And he's like, "Yeah, we'll refund everybody that bought it today or yesterday." I was like, "Yeah, but people buy it a week at a time. You better refund it." And then they were allowing people to buy it in advance with it being down, and they just took all the money and ran. I mean, it's it's just criminal from a customer service, stealing your money standpoint, not hijacking your computer, and everything else that they do.
I'll say, my cheats all had a backdoor ERC botnet, which was the common thing to do in 2008, 2009, or whatever. We used it to issue remote commands to the people that were cheating. We would use it to have them all ping a location as a form of DDoSing, which was pretty. You could just kick somebody off the internet for the lulz. But this is all this is old stuff, and this is before we needed to corrupt the whole computer to do it.
Now you just farm Bitcoin, right? For that.
I would have back then if that had been a thing.
Dude, 2012, you
get kind of
wouldn't be working on this shit right now.
No, I mean, I accepted. We did get to the point where we were only accepting payment in Bitcoin because the developers could pretty effectively report your your PayPal accounts to PayPal, and they would close them. So eventually, Bitcoin became the only thing you could utilize. So
just keylog them.
A couple of ex cheaters got kind of lucky because we only had Bitcoin wallets, and it was like, oh no, why is it worth so much? But yeah, we were exfiltrating a lot, and we did actually start issuing remote commands, usually just to DDoS our friends. We were kind of dumb, but we also at any time could utilize their client to advertise the cheat, and we did. the idea that like like I said, they don't have your best interests at heart. And I think somebody also brought up like what's different between an anti-cheat team in the chat. Like they also operate at that level. They're not corrupting Windows to do it, and we have to like we're not in the deny
You're
list.
actively not doing that or trying not to.
Well, we don't want to crash anything.
you're
But
like-
also we have
yeah.
like massive we have massive privacy teams that are like have been spun up around the concerns surrounding like you know, the like how like PII and right to be forgotten and all that stuff. So we really don't hold on to anything for any amount of time. We can't. Like we're like also it's too risky. No company wants like like honestly companies are like delete everything. Like just so that they don't if they get caught, they don't want to be in trouble. They don't know what to keep, so it's easier to just delete everything. So yeah, I mean I guess there is a risk installing cheats, I guess is the don't do it. Or if you
So tell us kind of, you know, there's this sentiment, okay? This is the sentiment that I get when I read comments and questions, which of course is the best source of information on the internet. But the sentiment is cheaters will always exist. With more technology, they're going to win in the end. Can you kind of give me, you know, if you had to stick your finger up in the wind and lick your finger and kind of feel the wind and kind of give me an idea, do you think all this AI technology, just technology in general, advances in Windows?
I'm fine with one cheater being able to cheat on nobody knowing he's doing it. For the record, most anti-cheat would be fine with that because that means that they're playing within the parameters that other players don't know, and like that means usually that they don't have much of a competitive advantage. They're not selling it, right? It's just them for their own micro aimbot or whatever. That's probably like the lowest priority. The most important thing is that cheating isn't a business. You've seen what happens when that happens. So like that's what anti-cheat teams are trying to prevent. That it isn't
large swaths of people.
Correct.
You know, thousands upon thousands logging in.
My lowest concern is some enterprising kid that like manages to develop a image classification model that kind of updates AIM and keeps it only to him. Like an image classification model is like a lot of cheats are. We should probably cover that actually. That cheats have kind of gone external, but anyway, it's like the tiniest advantage, and it's like they're not selling it to nobody. But by the time it pops into our radar, like it's such a low priority, right? But that's the thing that we take the action the slowest on. It's actually the thing that typically, it's not that anti teams don't care. It's just the lowest risk, or it has the lowest severity.
Yeah, and I'm in that same boat as a player. You know, I don't know how One Peg and Veritas feel, but I'm in the same boat. I would rather you go after the big businesses with 20,000, 30,000 people cheating at one time.
Also, anti-cheaters are upset when like anybody gets to make money off of a cheat. Like it's like them, why not me? And then
when you take out like let's say like you detect a 1,500 player group or whatever, and like you hit the button, like somebody like, is there like a ceremony where you're like, all right, here we go, like, and then you blast them, and then you guys like walk around like high five each other, like you just got a huge drug bust?
Hell yeah! Yeah, I mean we have for the ceremonious stuff. Like when you finally get like a cheat that's been playing a game too long, that stuff gets rarer when you're in the late game. Not to like the iteration gets so quick that like you don't see cheats of that size where that kind of thing happens. But when it does come up, we do make a bit of a ceremony out of it. Like pre-COVID, we would bought a USB button and like had our boss come over and hit it or what. It's like, whoa, it's bad. Yeah, I mean like they're anti-cheaters are people too. Obviously they have fun.
Yeah,
you mentioned.
Go ahead.
You mentioned cheating as a business. One of the biggest things in that's been discussed in the world of Tarkov is...
All right, they're for the guitar. Somebody's asking about these are not for show, and I play fingerstyle.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I have fake nails. Go ahead. Sorry to make
Okay, yeah, sorry. So you mentioned cheating as a business. One of the things in Tarkov that's discussed a lot and controversial and problematic to whatever degree is real money trading. Either in terms of people cheating to be able to farm items, a game that has an economy, like global economy like Tarkov, to be able to farm the items and sell the items, or carrying other players, as in, I'm going to go and kill everybody and I'm going to tell you where all the good stuff is. You just follow me around. I wonder what kind of, like, what's the relationship from anti-cheat to those kinds of behaviors, if
It's
there
like
is a
poisonous
relationship.
tree. We did. I mean, like, I don't want to say we. It typically does end up in the anti-cheat purview once you've like matured as a team. Like the things start to be like ways. Look, like I said, cheaters will do anything to cheat. The way that like when you're accurately detecting all cheats, that'll start to be like queuing with a cheater until they're banned to rank up, right? So you end up having to find those little pockets that players are trying to eke out value in. Like I'm referring to like duo queuing in a game where you partner with a cheater. We had to determine the amount of ranked gain that you had gained from playing with one. There's actually tweets and stuff about this, so like it is a topic we can talk about. Like Riot, when I worked they took that really seriously, like that particular type of offense. So we were able to take action on that. You would pay a cheater to cheat for you, that kind of thing. It's and then you also end up with, like, I don't know if this is part of your question, but like paying somebody to play for you.
Or like
We saw some of
boosting.
that. Boostings,
Like
yeah.
a boosting service, yeah.
Way back at the beginning, way back in my career, I tried to develop some tech using the hardware fingerprinting to determine the likelihood that a player had shared their account. Could you imagine how much easier that would be if people had to attest their hardware? Just saying. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, you end up with like cursory markets that are like ways to use cheats that you know are detected, because most of them are. So like a lot of that is join me, I'll show you where everything is, give me a $5, that kind of thing. In Tarkov, I guess, because I'm assuming there's mats now. It's surprising how little I know about this game.
There's loot.
There's loot. Okay.
Tarkov is extremely lucrative. Every cheat dev that I have had the pleasure of interacting with has said it's been the most lucrative thing to make money off of as a cheat developer or somebody that sells for like money of any game that they have ever bothered dealing in with, because of the sense of loss and like the perception of value because of that sense of loss.
And there's no ranked lobby.
Right.
There's no skill-based lobby. So you are queued with
no
everybody.
SPMM.
So it's not like you work your way up in skill value. You're always in the same lobby with everybody. It's like an MMO kind of in that sense.
For the most part, if you die in this game, everything that you get killed with is lootable. So if you find really valuable stuff, relatively rare stuff, and you die with it, somebody else can take it off your corpse.
Gotcha. Yeah, dude. Okay, so that, I mean, cheating in that game would be like, I mean,
it's outrageous.
It's not just isolated to one game. It affects like loot out of the game.
Yeah, and so Cycle Frontier, which is a similar kind of game, they're starting to return loot back to the person when they ban a cheater, and they log it all and they let you know. And I think Tarkov is going to implement a system where you get notified, so you're not even notified now when a cheater gets banned in one of your lobbies. But if they can do some back-end work and return stuff, that will be a step in, like, it's kind of like returning rank, right?
I swear to God, you were talking to somebody on the side. That's because you sound like a person I know. Yes. So like, eventually, when we talk about fruit of the poisonous tree, like people that find ways to cheat with cheaters that are detected, you have to find a way to undo that damage. So return items to players who had them taken by a cheater. Return rank to players who lost it to a cheater. Rollbacks is basically the ask. And that's like but that's like once you have the ability to detect cheating. We're talking like way into the future for some teams. But yes, that is that was what I was having to get into towards the, like, you know, Riot's been at it for 10 years. That was like kind of where we were getting into the spot where like we could detect cheats. Like we knew how to, we were fast. We were the best at, we could detect, not all of them were instant, some, you know, but the time to detection was really low. So all the behaviors that like partnering with a cheater or trying to find ways to get value out of an account that you know will be detected, that was 99% of our our day to day. Boosting, bussing is like when you queue with a cheater, or like trying to develop systems that allowed us to remove the damage that a cheat had done. And yeah, that's like I said.
On this topic, I want to quickly read a tweet that had 8.6 million views on this tweet, and I just want to see your reaction, what you think to this.
Okay.
Imagine trying to extract with an item you discovered worth $100,000 on the blockchain. Think about the entertainment value as a viewer, let alone the player. A new PvP experience is upon us.
What?
So I think are you referring to the idea of having like NFTs? Like there are NFTs.
It's Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah.
It's his game that is ostensibly...
He's making a game called Dead Drop.
it's an extraction looter shooter where there's some amount of NFT
items
related
have value.
Items have value on the blockchain as NFTs in some cases.
So
is
I'm
what he's been
sure-
pushing.
So I guess what I want to know is, does that just make you cringe internally?
For what? Like the idea that items have
Like,
value?
how do you ensure
no,
that someone with that item wouldn't get clapped by a cheater and have it taken?
A multiplayer
Oh.
PvP game where your success is potentially worth now. I don't think something like that would ever actually be worth $100,000.
But even if it's $100,
Well, you just like you've raised the stakes of coming across the cheat. I mean, you said it best, but you've raised the stakes of coming across a cheater. So I'd hope any initiative like that. Also, even with a really low time to detection, if you don't ship with like the ability to detect and the ability to roll that back, nobody's going to invest any money in those items. Like, I would not feel safe having I would not feel safe having invested in an item that I could have taken from me by somebody cheating.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Or like,
you
or
create
like
such
having
a
a
perverse
reward
incentive.
like that snatched from you on the way out or something.
I mean,
like otherwise you would have won with it, but then like, you know, cheater Billy, like in between games of beer pong, decided that he was going to snipe you from across the map and take your cash because like they're not going to give a shit. Like, I just made $100,000. Fuck them.
He can go buy Legos or something with it, you know?
When like I would imagine that would be reflected in the price of the item, like, or the price of the NFT, because it would like the trust you have in that as a monetary vehicle would be decreased.
Well, yeah. So I would argue in a system where cheaters are sniping these things, they're not going to be worth ever that much money because no one, it's never going to have that value because of how the market's tainted by people.
Like, would you,
cheating.
in that case, would you focus more? I mean, obviously you would need the cheat detection, but in terms of enforcement, would you focus more on making sure that the accuracy of the ability to roll something back would be like priority like 1 or like 1A if detection is 1?
Can you roll it back if it's truly a blockchain, like, and it's distributed the way that it is?
I don't know. Maybe like you'd have to delay the reward, right? Like it would have to go into a queue for verification or something. Like, what else are you gonna do? Like, other than just not fucking doing it, because that's really the answer. Because I think the idea of doing something like this is like completely asinine. Because you just created the most profitable cheating like endeavor ever known to man.
Well, I don't know if it's like it's profitable to cheaters, but I honestly think if cheating was pervasive, it would just drive the value down. But if you like, assuming that it is an NFT and that the value is in the ledger for them is decentralized, can you roll them back? So
well, that's I don't know.
That's
That's
a
what I mean.
separate.
And if they
It's an
cash out
entirely separate
quickly,
discussion, right?
if they cash out
Yeah.
that hour, like,
Well,
what are
that's
you going to do?
Like, if it's not immediately rewarded and it's just like,
I guess you'll have to get into hardware
placeholder or something.
Hardware
Hardware attestation, yeah.
Trusting devices. Yeah. I mean, that's what you got. I mean, you have to get into the preemptive game. You got to know you can trust anybody that's engaging, like entering the network or entering the that can buy or acquire these items. I don't think you can do it in post. Like a lot of detection products, like the ones that I've worked on, operate on a delay. They wouldn't be sufficient to enforce, like to have sufficient integrity in the game to make those items retain their value. Like if you were to convert them to a fiat currency.
So quickly, you kind of brought this up earlier. There was a video recently where a guy is talking about image based. You know, you refer to it as like basically it's not on your computer. It's external, and it uses the image on your screen, and you can use AI to make your aim better, and blah blah blah. And then the solution is some kind of AI, video. We kind of talked about the companies, trying to do that right now. Did you want to talk about that? What do you think about the future of that?
What AI? I mean, like what AI in what capacity? It wasn't specific enough.
So there was the Any Brain, and then there's Waldo, whatever it's called.
Like I said, like the high level is that I think they're supplements to existing anti-cheats. That's my personal view on them today. Like maybe one day they'll take off and perfectly from like they'll be. One of the things I'm worried about is like you have to get as close to the person to fingerprint them behaviorally as you can, and eventually that requires that like either you're sending a ton of telemetry to the server and then validating it, or you're on the host itself. And if you're on the host itself, cheaters are going to have their way with whatever way you're trying to exfiltrate anything. You'll be vulnerable to replay attacks. They might black hole your traffic. They might like just not bother submitting inputs in the way that you consider typical. They'll stop using a keyboard and mouse. They'll start submitting controller input. Maybe they'll start using bananas like some of those other kids do. Like they're gonna start changing the way they like. But like they haven't been around enough to know where their endpoint's gonna sit to egress the behavior, the closest thing you can get to the player, right? And I don't know, there's going to need to be some maturity there to actually get the information in a way that you can rely upon, because that's going to get attacked. And then you're going to have a way. And even if it was perfect, you'd still need evidence to take action in a lot of, you can't ban, like you're not compelled to do business with people. Like you don't have to like allow a person to play a game, but you can't like, you can't, like you wouldn't have the proof necessary to take action on pros or to defend yourself if like in a consumer court in a, some of the regions that have them could compel you to enter court. Like it wasn't me. You would need proof of that. Like I didn't cheat. You need proof that they did. And like I don't think a model predicting that you did is sufficient evidence in those cases yet. But it's great stuff. Like it kind of allows you to prioritize your efforts on demographics of accounts, because it can start to like a lot of like what AI is typically used for is like getting eyes on the right stuff that's what we used it for.
That's where a lot of those technologies are right now anyway. Like people, when they use AI generated art or like stuff like Midjourney or Chat GPT, a lot of it is, at least currently, supplemental. People will generate something and then Photoshop it, or they'll use AI to generate like an email and then they'll go through and edit it. I think that's like what you were talking about. It would be supplemental until some future point where it's more robust and reliable.
ChatGPT to like extend your I mean, what I use it for is to
inspiration.
I use it as a massive search inspiration. No, I'll throw articles into it and get them to summarize. I don't got time for this. Like it's great for when it's used to supplement something, but it's not quite to the, and maybe it'll be there someday. I'm not like against AI or anything. It's just not, in my experiences so far, it is not there yet. Both because of the burden of proof placed on a developer when they suspend an account, and also because when you go to train these things, you often need anti-cheats anyway, so it doesn't eliminate the need for one. So if you're gonna bother, aren't you going to use you're gonna use like the explicit information from it also? And then finally, the like trying to get as close as you can. Like a lot of those products haven't quite sorted out how they're going to apply to everything in a way that doesn't allow them to be attacked. Because if you're putting code on a cheater's machine, it's gonna get fucked with. Like and I don't think some of those products are in the maturity where they're like realizing that. And that's for the peripheral based ones. When you're talking about just screen reading stuff, I genuinely don't believe there's enough information there to do it.
Yeah, they're going as far to say that they can watch your gameplay and ban you within 5 minutes if you're cheating.
Blow my mind.
And have all this data on you.
I want to know the recall. I want to know like how many cheaters.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
we catch 30% of cheating with no false positives within like 5 minutes. And that might be. But if they're saying all cheaters,
no. Here's the thing.
That'd be bullshit.
And it gets better. They say that they can have all this data on you, and if you go create a new account, they'll be able to have a fingerprint of you and ban you when you go to create another account, because they're going to know it's you based on the data matching of how you play the game.
They wouldn't they need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours?
Listen, I'm not making this. I'm not making this shit up. So there is a video that is going around, and I'm actually in the video being interviewed about something unrelated. So I'm a little salty. So that's why I'm kind of bringing it up. But I think the video was not portrayed as that was what was going to be talked about. So I'm a little salty. But I do think that maybe someday, 20 years from now, some of this stuff will be reality, just like everything we thought about 20 years ago wasn't possible.
No, a year from now,
I just think the video was portrayed as this is like right around the corner and this is the solution and all that. And so
I genuinely don't think it is. I mean, I think it'll start to be able to take action on accounts. Like it will probably with 100%, but like the recall is going to be really low. It'll be like the most egregious cheating.
It would be like New World bots, they're running around doing like chopping trees down. Like that kind of stuff to me is like, that's like low hanging fruit. I think, you can look at that and be like, that's a bot behavior. But high level cheating,
Bots are an application of models where you can usually get really high recall because you got a big old window to look at. The behavior doesn't, you don't have you're not forced to take action quickly. Like you don't need to get a cheater out of the game. A bot is like, oh, I saw it, I reported it or whatever. The severity of the behavior is so low that you can get a good window. And again, with a larger window, your accuracies increase sufficiently. So in my experience, modeling is probably one of the key ways we've tackled bots. It's also really, you got to like keep them up to date. There's drift and stuff, but it's one of the key ways that you can address botting. It's far harder to address like players taking specific actions with automation.
This ties back
like real hard.
This ties back to something I wanted to ask earlier. I forgot about. As this technology progresses, it's going to be imperfect, which means just like with Tarkov and the manual bans, that definitely ensue or have ensued.
How do you guys also get on stream and talk for like 3? I am. My mouth is dry. Like I don't know.
I'm ready to go to bed.
You gotta go for 14 hours straight, 6 days a week, my dude. That's.
If you're not streaming 36 hours a day every day, you're a casual.
People wonder why sometimes it's hard for me to get to the point and spit it out. It's a lot of times because I'm just fucking tired. But so
I've been at it for 2 hours. But anyway, sorry. Complete your thought.
So there's going to be false bans in all kinds of different games and platforms, and the fact of the matter is that at least in the case of BattlEye and Tarkov, it's notorious for false bans again, and having like zero appeals process. You end up in an email black hole where nobody responds to your emails. You spend $150 on a game that you were potentially false banned on. Is there anything anybody can do to protect or defend themselves against false banning? Like, or are you just at the whim?
Just to give the developers perspective, every cheater says they didn't cheat. So
Well,
like
absolutely.
and they
but when you have streamers that we know weren't cheating because we know why they were cheated, and the developers admit that they were falsely banned as a part of ban waves that might have included hundreds or thousands of people. There's no way that you can tell me that there weren't false bans, that weren't cheaters, that
I know.
You know what I mean? That weren't.
Stop
streamers.
yelling at me. I didn't do it. And I know you're upset about it. There's not really. I'm like, no, there's not a way to protect yourself. I've falsely banned people. It took me a while to get good. Like, I mean, Tarkov is kind of in its infancy in the anti-cheat way, in the ways that, like, again, they didn't have the advantage of being like a massive like having money and getting to throw it at the problem. Prefacing the game with like, we're building the best anti-cheat or whatever, like
they actively avoided it until they had no choice.
Yeah, they're like trying to attach wings to the plane, and it's mid-flight. Like they got resource, and also they got a budget, and it doesn't sound like there's microtransactions fueling that budget. So like, think about it. I mean, I'm not saying like empathize with, but like I'm not gonna bash what I know is going on behind the scenes. It's probably a very stressed person that is like managed to get a model in the test set that like identifies like they're trying to do the best they can. But no, that's a very loaded question. What can you do to defend yourself against false positives? Nothing really.
So I mean, like I know of at least one case where somebody who wasn't a streamer, and the only reason why, again, streamers is relevant is because you have
against false positives. I have a few. Enable MFA. If a service has MFA, enable it so that somebody can't take your account and you don't have to claim that your brother did it or whatever.
That's multi-factor authentication.
MFA, 2FA. Yes. Very important. You should have this on every service you have, to be clear. If it's available to you, use it. I think the adoption rates are also abysmal. On every game I've worked on, it's so hard to get. It could be like, we'll immediately make you diamond. You could just please enable it, and nobody will. Like the idea of having to open a browser.
We'll complete your Bitcoin farm.
So do that. But also, like, a lot of false positives come about as a result of like cheating in other games, and so you could just not cheat in other games. Like that's something you could do. This is again in my experience, and also like, yeah, those are probably the main.
Well, and a little history. Like I created a video a long time ago where I caught a friend cheating, and I kind of did like a video on how I did that. And I, for like the next year, got like 15 emails a day of people who weren't cheating. And half the time I would go to their profile and I go on their Twitch. I'm like, you're streaming your cheats. Like I had one yesterday. At the beginning of this stream, I looked into this guy's Twitch. By the way, he deleted all his VODs after I started talking about it, but I downloaded everything and I pulled it up, and it's like he's using ESP. It's like, and so what's tough is like there's a handful of people that weren't cheating, and it really sucks. I was on the end of that as well because I had a motherboard that didn't report unique serial numbers. So they did a hardware ban.
When you DM'd me about that.
Yeah, so
forever ago.
my serial number matched somebody who was using the same motherboard, and it was like thousands of us. So they were able to figure it out, but it just sucks. And I think it's kind of like a necessary evil at some point. Speaking of that, I've got a little birdie in my ear who really wants to ask you about DMA hardware detection. The cheaters, a lot of cheaters in Tarkov use DMA devices, which for you lay people that aren't fancy with all this lingo, they're a separate device running on another computer that intercepts the memory and is able to do stuff off your computer.
Vector, there is an article on this but okay, it's DMA refers to direct memory, and what they're doing is they're utilizing a specialized piece of hardware to read the physical memory of the device and exfiltrate it to another machine for post processing. They usually use this to do like ESPs. Sometimes they can do aimbots too because they can get the positional data of the character and issue. But oftentimes it's accompanied to do that. It's like they'll use like an Arduino or something to submit peripheral input back to the host that's playing the game. But like
For
anyway,
Tarkov, it's radar is the common one.
yeah. So they're basically egressing all of the machine's memory, and then they have a process on another machine that's combing it to determine where the structures in memory are that contain player positions, and then they're probably on that machine itself. Do they have like a web server or something? Is that the
Yes,
they probably point their browser at a server that thing's hosting to render a radar on another monitor or something.
Usually on
But
a
it's completely
second
external, right?
PC. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, I'll just say it's tough to I mean, I think I say this in the thing, but we just straight hired the guy that had a technique to detect it. Like it's tough because when you get into the hardware stuff, the number of people that have the I don't know the first thing about how to detect it. So I found a guy smarter than me that could. But again, I had the budget to do that. So
yeah.
So wait. So are you saying? Because man, the whole idea of thinking that you could have, let's say, a second PC that's like man in the middle, grabbing the network packets, decrypting it, and then displaying on a second PC and a browser a mini-map with dots. How the hell, like that to me seems undetectable, just fundamentally, unless you like. That seems to be impossible.
I can't talk about how, but obviously there are ways to prevent this,
to prevent it. Like encryption and all kinds of others. Okay, but not. Oh, okay.
There's also, I mean, this is something that I can't even get into the techniques for because one, I don't have the technical background to do it, but also it's highly proprietary. But a lot of
he can't tell you.
Okay, so what do you think about the fact that the cheat that I used in Tarkov, they required me to uninstall any Riot game and not have Vanguard running for it to work? What's going on there? Why do I have to uninstall Vanguard to run an EFT cheat in a game that's a completely different game?
That's a good question. So, I mean, there's a chance that they're worried. I mean, I doubt this is it. They're probably worried that Vanguard could detect it, but admittedly, you'd have to be.
I think it doesn't work. I don't know if it detects it, but I think it doesn't work. It just won't run.
It's a good question. I could only guess. I mean, Vanguard does prevent certain things from loading, especially if it's a driver that doesn't have a valid cert. And so if you have Vanguard installed, we might prevent that from happening. We here being Riot. I don't work there anymore, but yeah, they might prevent that from happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And the one thing that's different about Vanguard's cheat is with you can call them less invasive cheats, however you want to put it. You can reboot the computer essentially and get ahead of it. And this is my dumb way of interpreting it. So correct me how I'm thinking of this wrong. But you can reboot the computer and get ahead of the cheat where Vanguard's is no, we're going to be there at all times.
Well, that gets into the argument about why we load. I gotta stop saying we. It's been a while. Okay. Well, that's a lot anti-cheats that do load first, load when the system does, are trying to make sure that they're the first thing there, so that they can confirm all the system variables that one of which happens to be confirming that this secure boot is on, that we can trust that there isn't that a boot kit that there isn't a bootkit. So yeah, like getting there first is important because we can like look at the time that we loaded and like when the operating system did, and like make sure that nothing else got in between us. That's like anti-cheats that take that, and honestly, that's like not like I'd be surprised to find that a lot of studios had the appetite for that type of thing, like loading on demand, or loading on boot instead of on demand. But yeah, it's trying to give you the best shot, and I'm sorry for all the things I can't say and how upset everybody is, but like it's to give you the best shot at like identifying whether or not the system has been tampered with. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
And there's a ton of ways to do that I can't talk about, but loading on boot gives us the best shot at doing it.
So we have kept you for a long period of time. I could still I could talk to you for like another 5 hours, but the life must go on. Like Veritas One Peg, why don't you throw, if you have anything you want to ask, go ahead, and then Phil, like if there's anything that you just like we haven't covered that's like you want to clear up about anti-cheat stuff, this is your chance. Have at it.
No, I'm not gonna add anything.
First, man.
I mean, I just want to like I don't want to like again I don't want to make it about like it's a resource problem. It's expensive to solve. You know, like you like I said, like the previous studios I worked at got a massive jump start on it, and I'm not gonna like. And that was why we were able to get to the spot where we were, like where we could comfortably detect stuff and start focusing on other things and get the client secured to the level that we needed for anti-cheat to even start to have an impact. It's like a massive tiered problem. And I think some people underscope it, thinking it's like, just stop all cheating or something. It's so much larger than that. It affects everything. You got to make sure like the server has authority. You gotta like we had to get into the host anti-cheat game to make sure that we had a shot at detecting things that were trying to manipulate the client or were trying to read the screen or were trying to submit inputs. Like we had to get in all that. And even still, like there's still ways that players can eke value out of the one day they get to cheat. And so it's like honestly, I think cheaters are always going to cheat, and like we talked about where everything's going, but it honestly is going towards a place where we have to start to trust the hardware that plays the game. Similar to consoles, like we have to start to like it's going to be a game of trust. To like often like gated, like joining rank, like like competitive modes require these settings. You know, like joining the upper echelon of play requires all of these settings. Like joining tournaments requires even more. Like it's the only thing that can like let us actually know for a fact that a person isn't cheating before they play. Because otherwise we're basically just we're on like a 2-day delay to determine whether or not any particular user cheated. We can't secure a tournament completely, which means we're always vulnerable to like some person managing to get access to somebody else's account, playing as them in a remote tournament, and then just having their way, cheating and just making a spectacle of it, right? So the only way you have a shot at like preventing those types of things is I mean, the person in your ear is hardware attestation, but it's true. It's like we have to start to have the ability to trust the session.
Like cheaters on LAN having their cheats in the mice, bringing the mice with like software loaded onto them. I think that was a CS:GO thing back in the day.
Yeah, it was. I mean, well, that's just a way to get their stuff into the machines they don't own. But yeah, that was a vector. Yeah, and yeah, also, I mean, you know, we talked a lot about hardware stuff, the hardware cheats, and I worked with like some of the best of the best. That's like why, like I'm here because like I happened to be the product lead for a while of one of the best anti-cheats or whatever. But like that was just a reflection of like how hard all the people on it worked. So I'm just gonna shout out to like, you know, I'll give the ones that have handles, but like GamerDoc, EverDocs. I'm sure you've heard of a couple of them in your DMs, but there was like, and RIOT K30. Everybody like really put a lot of, they worked harder than like as hard as cheaters, and that was like the way we were able to push the envelope that way. And I don't think some companies can afford it, so that's why that's why there ends up being a little bit of a delta. Anyway, I hope that was like that wasn't well rehearsed, but there you go. There's three.
No,
things.
this has been amazing.
I've got one last question real quick.
Sure.
Does reporting suspicious players matter? A, and B, should there be a stigma to reporting somebody you're suspicious of, even though there's a chance that they might be legitimate? Like, how do you feel about the role of reporting suspicious players?
It's it's super valuable. Well, like I said, it's similar to anomaly detection, and it allows us to like direct our as anti-cheat engineers, we can direct our focus towards the things that affect players the most. And also like, there's a lot of noise. I will say that they're not that accurate, but in the aggregate, they can direct you towards problems. And like I've done pieces on like how accurate players are based on how long they played the game and how highly rated they are, and we can trust certain reports more than others. And once we get to the state where we can estimate the value of any particular report, and you can get there when you're resourced properly and you got like 7 data scientists at your disposal. You can get to the point where you can eke you can prioritize reports based on who's making them, or the demographic that's making them. And I've been in those situations, and it's a massive boon in those. It's a massive boon when you can do it. But there's a lot of noise, and it takes work to use everything. There's no one. I hope that if I've rambled enough, I hope the one thing is like there's no smoking gun. You need everything, and fewer resource to have everything. So when you're running lean, you gotta like take the smallest wins, like the obvious things.
And this is the consistent thing that I've heard across the board of everyone I've talked to. The cycle guys refer to the cheese method of like having multiple layers, and there's like holes in every single slice, but you line them all up, and eventually the cheese not going to get through.
Everything gets through. I mean, I think of it as in fences. Like there's like making sure. But I do like. Sorry to show one more time for hardware attestation. It is evolving into a like how much can you trust this machine and this person that's playing this game, and I think that's the only way it's going to be sustainable. Because I'll just say it's getting too expensive, and anti-cheaters themselves are getting too expensive, and I mean, like it's not sustainable. You can't keep attacking it as this like detection only problem.
Yeah,
I do think that timeline is limited, because even with all the resources at my disposal, and I do think I had the most of them, I was running out of things to like. I was running out of ways to reply at the speed necessary on only operating in post, like waiting for the crime to happen. So like the only place to go, at least in my perspective, is the pre-crime division, or in this case, hardware attestation.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, guys. To find everybody, we've got Veritas. Of course, you can find him on YouTube and Twitch. One peg up in the top right. You can find him on YouTube and Twitch. I was bad about not putting names on here. And Phil, the only guy without a beard, you can find him on the dark web selling Tarkov cheats.
30 grand the last time I heard.
You can look him up. He's legit. And I'm so glad to have all of you guys on. I thought this was a great conversation. And I hope we kind of open the can of worms on this a little bit and let people talk about this in a more open way. And I really think it's empowering. I think knowledge is power. And I hope things move forward for Tarkov, but just gaming in general. It's in a rough spot right now with a lot of games with cheating. And I think, not talking about it, I don't think is going to help. So,
dude, my brain is so full right now. I'm just saying.
I couldn't. I hope you can
So
get
full.
a better guess next time. I'm sorry you had to dig at the bottom of the barrel just for me. I am glad some of this stuff is getting out there. Like a lot of it has to come. A lot of this demand has to come from the players, like because it has to be made known to studios that this is what they want. So that, this sounds kind of draconian, but we got to be able to start to enforce some of this stuff because it, like I said, that timeline's shrinking, and so it's good that we're starting to have the conversation. I
think it's important.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to go ahead and close it out. You guys have a great rest of your night. And, I'll talk to my chat a little bit. But thank you so much. Cheers.
Thanks, boys. See you.
All right, boys and girls and ladies. I think I lost my GoPro. Yeah, I did. I lost my freaking GoPro, guys. So what do you guys think? I'm sorry. I ignored you guys for like 99% of that whole deal because I wanted to pay attention, and Phil talks fast and is talking about things I don't understand. So I have to really focus. But I really appreciate you guys. Of course, this is going to be up. If you missed some of this conversation, because it was a long conversation, I'm going to timestamp this right when I close down the stream. I'm going to timestamp, the beginning of the discussion. And then I'm also going to go back and timestamp some of the other things that I talked about. We talked about a lot of stuff tonight. And I came on a little strong to the homeless guy, the video, but I felt it was, I feel like I have to kind of say something and be like, I just think it's kind of like false hope. Like I think it is a solution in the long term, the AI stuff, but I just don't know how close it is. And I don't want anybody getting too excited. Like it's going to be coming in and save Tarkov or save CS right now or Counter-Strike or whatever. I learned a lot. There's a lot to think about. I am not so pessimistic. Like I think there's things that BSG can do, but they can only do it if people believe in them and want it to happen and are willing to do the changes. Like if there's if Tarkov tomorrow says, you know what, guys, you need to have some of these hardware attestation things turned on. And what that means is the game needs to verify your hardware. They need to verify that certain security features are turned on. Windows features that are already built in. And they need to be able to verify that, hey, this processor is the same processor that you were using yesterday. And it's got a freaking code on there that unless you've got some kind of micro nanometer diamond cutting laser device that costs $50,000 million, you're not gonna be able to change that. But right now, you don't have to worry about that because Tarkov doesn't require any of those things. And people don't like secure boot because, you know, they don't, you know, everything running needs to be secure when you reboot your computer. And right now it's not. That's kind of my layman's understanding of everything. And I had to turn off all those features for the cheats that I used. I had to turn off all those features for my stuff to work. It wouldn't have worked if I had to turn that shit on. So Valorant and some of these other games, they require that stuff. And it really is the future of, you know, security is to utilize these things like TPM. Yes. To utilize it. I had to turn all these things off. My cheats wouldn't have worked. Now, can they get around it in some obscure ways and stuff? Yes, but they wouldn't build so much momentum and have just like 10,000 users logging in per day using this stuff. So that's my little rant. It's been a long night, long day. I appreciate you guys so much. I will be streaming. Okay, a little channel announcement. You're not going to hear much from me from a content perspective for a while because I'm working on kind of a big project. You guys are going to love it. I wish I could tell you. You guys are going to like it. It's going to be a couple more weeks. We're in production right now. Invest a little money in this video. And then I've got a video planned out after that too. That's going to be quite extensive. So you guys are going to like this. That's coming. And then I might do some live shows where I bring on people and talk to people and play some games and things like that. But I'm not going to do like big videos until the next video. So you guys have a great night. Thank you so much. And then just stay tuned for the timestamps and everything. Cheers. Peace.